All right, thank you very much, my people. We are back again. I appreciate you all. Continue to press on the like button and help us to share. On this particular one now, like Congress declares nationwide strike from Wednesday over fuel subsidy crisis. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has declared a nationwide strike from next Wednesday. This comes amid fuel shortages across the country, occasioned by the President Bola Tinubu's inaugural speech, in which he declared that fuel subsidy is gone. The union announced the industrial action on Friday following a meeting of its National Executive Council (NEC) in Abuja over the fuel subsidy removal and subsequent hike in the pump price of petrol. The NNC comprises all presidents, generals, secretaries, treasurers, all NSA affiliate unions, state chairpersons, and secretaries of the NSA state councils, chairpersons of the NSA Youth Committee, and members of the National Administrative Council (NAC). Sahara Reporter had reported on Wednesday that the meeting between the federal government and the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) over fuel subsidy removal ended without a consensus. So, yes, now there. But my question now, before we move on, because the next person now is Oga CM, I will need to come to. But the question now is, do you think this will be achievable? Because, coming on to for me, I don't know, I don't know if it would be disrespectful to say if they came out to brag, because as they're saying now, if the action will really follow up with this, it will be nice, not just for them, for everybody, as a Nigerian. But the way I'm looking at it right now, don't you think that after that shut down on Wednesday, by Thursday, they might call them, enter one corner and give them food, may they eat, and they go enter house? So the question is, will this be achievable, this nationwide strike by NSC? So these are what we're going to be talking about today. You can come, you can divert from the topic as long as it's affiliated with the current situation that we find ourselves. Please, guys, continue to like and share, and let's talk about this. Now God bless you. Now, Oga CM, if you are there, please talk to us, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Niger Watch. Actually, the interjection I wanted to do earlier, when the chap was the last person who spoke, with all due respect, was talking about men of God, we leave them or whatever. To me, they are not justifying probably their knack or their claim to purity, or what they call it, really this biblical proclamation they are making on the pulpit is not justified. Do you know why I say this? Because I'm always using logic in reasoning, because when you say your reason, everything has a reason. But the logic is what makes it incontrovertible. If you say something with a reason, well, somebody can sort of counter you, and when the person counters you, it makes a lot using logic. That is when it sinks in. Look at Desmond Tutu in South Africa. He stood at the front, he led protest. This is even not because of a crisis. They want to be free. Desmond Tutu from the pulpit, he came out to the road, even with his cassock, was leading, and he said he doesn't care. In one of his interviews I listened, he said he told God every morning when they are going for the process, he said, God, since you know I'm going to do your work, you have to protect me. That's all. So why can't our men of God, now let me give them clue, a reason to lead a protest. You know, those people come to your churches to pay tithe. Definitely before they will be able to pay buy petrol, all these things, the amount they will pay as tithe will be reduced. Why not? Because of them, your own selfish interest, support them, say, look, all churches closed down, we are going on strike. When anybody challenges you, say that's what Desmond Tutu did at South Africa. Martin Luther King, even, let me not talk us. Let me go a little bit further afield. Martin Luther King in the United States, he's a reverend gentleman. He left the pulpit and then came out. They marched from Selma in Alabama to Birmingham, Alabama, Selma to Birmingham, and every other thing. So there are reasons, there are dozens, but in their own case, that's why are they really men of God? No. If they are, why are they not like Martin Luther King? Why are they not like Desmond Tutu? Let me just stop at these two examples. Of course, there's the one they killed in El Salvador, the one they made a saint, who was at the thief starts to come to the pulpit in the church to come and they shot him dead because it was there he was preaching. One day he said, after the Holy Communion, we are going to. It's a Catholic priest. I forgot if I remember. I tell you, he said after the communion today, we are marching to go and protest. Imagine a Catholic priest saying that. He ended the mass and everybody trooped out. These are the men of God and not the one that we don't have them. What we have is entrepreneurs. They're all making business. So it's oh sorry. So they're all making a business. That is the thing. That is their problem. So to me, they are not what I wanted you to compare because you can't convince me they are men of God. At least with what Nigeria is facing. Now the short video we watched. Sometimes when you hear revelations like this, you don't know how people sleep. So we're even talking of 30,000 naira minimum wage. Now, from what the labor man is saying, 50% of the states are still paying 18. Can you imagine? 18,000. Can 18,000, according to what Nigeria Watch told us, can they carry you from Benin to the way it is? If you have to pay 30,000 to get to Lagos, can 18,000 carry you from Benin to Ore or to Ijebu? It can't. So look at the condition Nigeria is facing. And these same people, they may not have car, but they will enter public bus. So when you remove petrol, when you remove a subsidy on petrol, I agree. I agree. If there's anything called subsidy, it should be removed. But there are a way to do things. You put things in. You put things. It's sort of in the Western world. That is the way they do. There are things you have to do so that by the time you are removing the subsidy, people will know how much will it cost? They said they invested about $20 million or so in Dangote's refinery. I can't remember the figure. And they said it's that almost exactly that amount of money they invested in the repair of Nigerian refinery. Now we are there. So the corruption going in is only sometimes when you start to dig in, you may get a heartache. The only thing is let P2B get in so that he can expose a lot of all these things. So we are investing money in Dangote refinery, which essentially is owned by a group of politicians that contributed money using Dangote as a front. Yet you claim that you put in money for maintenance of the 4 refineries, one in Kaduna, one in Warri, two in Ona and Port Harcourt, with nothing to show for it, and you are still talking of what is it called, removing subsidy. The little one, the crude one we are using to survive. In life, you see, I remember in those days in school, they said anything you eat, it did not kill you, and it's making you grow. That is food. That's why in different parts of the world, what you reject, people eat it and they tell you, we've been eating it and it doesn't do anything to them. Why can't we use it? Our youths in the creek are refining crude oil? I'm still using it as an option. No matter the technology they employ, refine it, bring them close, make it legal. There are alternatives we could use without even importing fuel. But then we all know why they import fuel, isn't it? That's why I just grabbed this book, but I couldn't get, I wouldn't have time to read about what Okonjo-Iweala said before. It's called them confronting the oil scammers. That somebody will come and tender, what is it called? Come and tender check. Oh, my ship is on demurrage. It's been lying in a Papa Wharf. So they have to pay me all these things and they keep paying money. Not knowing that the ship hasn't left Argentina. It only takes Okonjo-Iweala to ask. Every shipping company must go through Lloyd's of London as the insurance, marine insurance. They specialize Lloyd's of London, UK here. So Konji well had to tell these people, Lloyd's, where are ships hanging in the high sea? He said there's no ship going to Nigeria with crude oil. That is a scam. It's been going on. That's why they wanted to kill the woman. Sorry, I shouldn't use the K word. I'm so sorry. That's why they wanted to, remove the mom when she wrote a professor. So can you see how hard? That's what they mean when they hear say when you hear subsidy is gulping this. It's all lies. It's all lies. If you listen to the lecture given by Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, I think that was at MIT. She was telling them that they sort of audited this thing and found out that for every how many billion was just fraud. So this is what where Nigerian money is going to. Really, there's nothing they are doing. It's just a way to eat money. It's nothing. Even the fuel they say they're importing might be coming from Sierra Leone, maybe one of the refineries built by one of these generals. They will tell you, oh, it's coming, it's in high sea. So nobody is really telling us the truth. The only thing I will charge labor is if they want to lead people out, let them be honest. Let them be honest. Igbo said that you do not give a small boy a bag of salt to go to the market and sell. On the way going, then you draw down rain. You're not helping matters now. If they want to really lead the people out, let it be now and total. So that the secret about all these things, not a question of they call you behind, threatening you, before you know it, they put money in your account and it's swelling, and you won't like to say anything because everything is taken care of. If you really want to resist this, when you call Nigerians out, let it be a case of telling them exactly, more like even doing a little bit, you put it in the language they will understand, and they explain to them the nitty gritty of the fraud going on, because it's so shameful that Nigeria, an oil rich country, oil and gas, we are still talking of petrol, importing petrol from abroad. We don't have a refinery. We've been waiting for Dangote since 2015. I've been hearing Dangote. Oh, Dangote's when it come on stream, it will solve all these things. The problem with Nigeria is that sometimes people feel that when you wear suit and tie, then you know the solution. The solution to me, to this fuel issue or refinery, call those they call them whether criminals in the creek. They are refining it. Bring them out. I mean, this is indigenous. You need solution. It doesn't care when it come from. Bring them to round table. Say, look, we know you people are refining this, but because of the environment, you streamline everything. You use them. Or they are having modular refinery. If really they are honest, because if it's me, that is where we start. Forget about solution coming from abroad. Nigeria has come of age that any problem we have, our youth can solve it. I'm saying it. Any problem we have, if we sit down and they reason, we have people. But the thing is that they're interested in stealing. So everything government will tell you, if you didn't wear suit and carry briefcase, you can't get to Abuja. Bring these youths and tell them this is the problem we are facing. We don't have petrol. Our refineries are grounded. This is what we have to use. By any means, Malcolm X said, by any means necessary. This is what we need. But will they do it? This is the type of something that labor will even be pushing for. It is cheap. We can do it. Forget about somebody trying to bring one type of science to you. George Bush, I repeat, did not sign Kyoto Accord. He said because it will put Americans out of job. He doesn't care about them. He wasn't caring about what anybody is saying. Nigeria has come to a stage whereby if you want to solve our problem, you shut out the West. There are things we can do ourselves. You shut them out and then do it internally. This is your own. Whoever talks to you, say, look, we are suffering. This is what we can do. If we can convert, use cassava, we are growing to make anything and make it whatever it is, even if it is petrol or fuel. Let us do it. We've come of age. We have scientists everywhere. Yet, issue of petroleum, we still be talking as if we are running to the west. They have to do this. But that is the corruption now. We all know this. So, labor, what I'm going to tell them is, if you are calling people out for strike, let it be total. Total in the sense that you explain to them the fraud so that they carry the people along. And when you say no retreat, no surrender, let it be no retreat, no surrender. This is not a case of halfway measure, no halfway this time, because the suffering is too much. If really they are subsidizing it and they are telling us all these things, we can't be feeling this pain. But we found out that because of what Okonjo-Iweala said, a lot of people are benefiting. This is like another cash cow for the government, and it's been going on for years. Apart from the crude oil is stolen, the little one that we have to sell, nobody is accounting for it. The ones is because nobody is accounting for it. They say they are importing. Where are they importing the fuel from? Nobody knows. Where is the thing? Nobody. Now all you hear is they may take crude from Nigeria, from Niger Delta, go to imagine Niger. Niger is having a very, very, very refinery up and running. They refine it and then smuggle it back. There are a lot of things. It's like nobody is in charge. When you use the nobody. This is just Nigeria is just like anybody. Steal what you can steal. In the end, they will tell you that, oh yes, they are doing this. Look, it only takes Peter Obi. I wish if that man gets in, if he's only telling us the truth for 1 month, that will open up Nigeria is that's open up Nigeria, and then people will understand exactly what is going on. I don't believe all these things they're saying. Labor, yes, you want to go on strike because the pressure is on you, people are suffering, everybody is complaining. I agree. We have to really show metal that look, you can't take us for a ride. At least government should be able to listen to the people and then even check the corruption. But not a case of when you come out now, then it will fizzle out and then we come back to where we are. The petrol you can't get, the price is very high, yet you have to queue, and in the end they say they've removed it. Okay, somebody said if they remove it every week or say every day, Nigeria will save 15 billion. Where is that 15 billion going to? We don't know. Abacha, whatever they say, they return money. Nigeria is just, to be honest with you, I'm not really, I'm really, it's really annoying talking about this type of thing when we have opportunity of putting our house in order. Nigerians knew much and more than even I do that this is not the system to adopt. They voted in P2B. Now the judiciary is also messing things up. Are the judiciary not buying? Are they not buying this petrol at 500 naira? Will they have a separate filling station? Is that not enough for them to sit back and say, look, we still have to do something well in this country, and then they have opportunity of correcting that wrong, starting with the choice of the people, which is P2B. Now they will mess things up. Everybody will just pretend that so far I'm okay, nothing. Well, Nigeria will explode though. Nigeria will explode. Like Alex said, nobody knows where revolution will meet you. You don't prepare. You might be in your bedroom and then you are taking your shower, then the thing starts. You might just be saying you are eating at a Buka restaurant, the thing starts. So the thing is so much. When I listen to all these things, if you go deep and see the rot, if you go deep and see the rot and the nonsense they are selling to Nigerians, all in the name of policy or this thing, confusing the people, no single truth, no single truth, nothing, not even one. When you look at it, you quiver. When you look, you now start to wonder who do you believe? Dangote refinery. Okay, what is happening to Dangote refinery again? We are hearing a different thing. Why then did you commission it when the petrol is not even one? Can you want even one jerrycan yet? Why are you telling people, oh, Dangote has come on stream and they say it's July and you are removing this thing today? If you now remove it, what do people do? How do you bridge the gap? Nothing. If indeed Dangote is the solution, why not hold on? Make sure that Dangote flows for 1 month. Then gradually, if you remove, no people won't know. The price must have stabilized. Nothing. We have petrol here, yet we have to even pay. Like I'm hearing that even if Dangote refines his own, it won't be cheaper than what we are buying. Then why are we then having? Why is Dangote then taking taking crude from Nigeria? Are we selling it to Dangote at what price? So there are things that common sense, when you look at it logically, it doesn't make sense. It's obvious that there are a lot of corruption in the system. People are just stealing money left, right, and center. Nobody's querying them, and that's why they want to block Obi from coming in, because Obi is like it's coming to break the chain of all this something going. The pass they give to Messi, to Ronaldo, all these things, Obi will come and intercept it. That is what they don't like. So if Labour tomorrow, next week, they are going on strike, let it be on a very clear terms and let them be ready to explain at every point. Tell Nigerians the real what is happening. Don't be afraid. A leader can lose. You can be, you not that I'm wishing everybody bad, but do not be afraid. This time, I don't think if we can survive a Buhari's regime, Tinubu should be I mean, it should be a cakewalk, because we can't take this mess. I don't see why a bunch of illiterates should be lording it over Nigerians, all in the name of leadership, suffering everywhere. Even what we have to suffer. What if we are putting this petrol, fuel everywhere, discovering oil from Bauchi to Adamawa for everywhere, crude oil. Yet we can't even make use of it. The ones that are refining, they say it's in the creek, it's basic. Go and close them down for what? Do you have alternative? Do you know how many people they give job? If it's not good, then you put it right. You don't criminalize their own indigenous technology. It might not be the best, but that is what we can come off. Those people doing it, do you know where they came from? Maybe this ingenuity, and now people are trying to make it seem. To me, that is the beginning of that is the option. Because anything coming, all this petrol coming free, I don't believe them, because that of the creek, there's no subsidy. They are not paying any subsidy. That is the meaning. That of the creek, there's no subsidy. They refine it and they sell, and people are buying it and they are making it. So all you need to do is that you streamline it, give them the legal backing, talk to them about the environmental impact assessment, and see how you can make it good, because that one is the direct, but government won't like it because there is no big man in the middle to be taking collecting rent from them. So that is exactly the problem Nigeria is facing. Please let me stop, let me yield here. We come back later. I have something to attend quickly now. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah. You see,
Yeah, it looks like Nigeria Watch is not there.
uh,
Okay.
Okay, who is next? Is that am I next or
It should be two Nigeria because you are next on the screen to me. Then
my
after you,
name.
Madam Rita.
okay?
Okay, my name is Tunanja.
Well,
Dr. Ked, Mr. Joker.
okay.
Okay, so yeah, I do sympathize with the idea of local manufacture, but given the way this government have already started their governance, it seems like Nigeria is in for another spell of people that just give them platitudes, not actually delivering any real meaningful change to their futures. Because clearly, this announcement that he made about the subsidies could have been planned for from the previous government and handing over. What is the use of passing him document? There was a ceremony for passing, handing over document and all the rest. Yeah, they didn't hand over plans that they have for people and how the transition is going to happen, whether it's supposed to be smooth or not. The way this will govern, it doesn't say it's not sending a very good signal so far, and it's very very concerning. And
Hello.
from Dr. Ken,
Uh-huh.
please mute your mic. Dr. So yeah, so it's not the signal they are sending is not very very good. It's clearly showing that we are in for the same kind of rigmarole where they just pass rules, they don't plan for anything, and they leave the Nigerian people to pick up the pieces in the middle, just like the Naira notes change that happened, the chaos that led to. Now they've created another chaos again. They just keep throwing the country into one chaos or another. These people are they design our systems to fail. They design our system to be strong enough not to collapse, but definitely continuously remain weak enough not to progress and become a meaningful nation. This is what they are doing. And what that NLC leader is calling for next week is still part of the plan. Whenever a nation goes without working, what good is that doing to the nation? The nation is falling behind other nations. This is the game they are playing. That's why I keep saying you have to look at our nation as an entity, like a living being. And if nobody's maintaining it, they are killing it. If anybody doing anything to listen, a kind of block the functioning of the nation, they are killing it. Like what about this is Tinubu did now, where he just read out something and look at what is happening on the streets. These people are designing, they are running our nation to the
Mr.
ground.
Tunanja, sorry, Mr. Tunanja, be careful with the K word, please. You said it
Yeah.
twice.
Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. I shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. This type of stuff that they are doing is causing a lot of problems to our people. And NLC is culprit in this because they could be arguing for a lot of things. Anything that affects workers, anything that increases workers in Nigeria is something that NLC is supposed to be arguing for. They should be championing the fact that the refineries are shutting down in the first place. They should be ensuring that didn't happen in the first place. Why did it happen? That's the kind of stuff you want to go on this thing, protest for, go on strike for. You should be championing why is our hospitals down? Why are our leaders going overseas and leaving our workers not to have good jobs in Nigeria? This is healthcare, the medical this is an association. All these people, every single one of them in the high places, they've all compromised. They've all been compromised because the way they behave is not emblematic of a people that want to better that nation. all they like to do is let's shut something down. Let's shut something down. Like you've not been shutting it down for 20 years. When are you going to realize that this is becoming a con? That this is a con that they are conning you over and over again, doing the same thing. And the result we are getting is worse and worse and worse. All our systems are down because of it. I can't excuse failure. And if you keep failing, people should be taking responsibility for failure because people's lives are hanging on these things. You can't just fail people. Millions, thousands and thousands of people suffer every day. Their lives are, some of them don't live a good life. Some of them lose their life prematurely. And these people just hang around as if it's okay. That is the way we are supposed to run our nation. That's not the way a nation is run. I'll call these people out for what the nonsense they've been doing to that country. All of them, the unions, the federal government, all of them, plague on both of their houses because they are all in this together. They are deceiving Nigerians constantly, repeatedly, mercilessly, on and on. And I don't understand how some of the so-called professors that we have in Nigeria cannot figure out that this thing is a con. It's a clear con. How can you not be able to be saying, okay, this refinery, this stuff broke this week. How did the other one break again? How did all of them keep breaking? Why are you not stopping it? Your workers are right there in the refineries. Your workers are right there in the heart of things. In the power stations, your workers are right there. In the healthcare, your workers are right there. But now you want to call them to go and shut the nation down again. How did the nation get to this stage? Because I didn't see, if there been, I saw, NLC, TUC, all these unions coming out and saying, you know what, this thing is getting bad today. We need to stop it. And if we don't move, if we don't suddenly say, we are not going to do anything. We're going to shut down the country. Like, let's say the leaders want to go overseas and the healthcare system is suffering. Our doctors are jackbarring. And the medical associations say, no, we're not going to let this keep happening. You are destroying the nation. If you fight on that ground and fall on that ground, people will fall with you. Because they are all suffering it too. But why you never see that type of fight? The type of fight that they fight is, if NSC wins today, subsidy remains and may never go again until the nation collapses. The only time they put their foot on the ground is when they want to come and fight to keep subsidy in place in the name of for the people. How is it that whenever you want to fight, you are fighting to keep something that is damaging to the people? What kind of fight is that? That's not a good fight. He said that they are fighting for something that is selfish to them, or they are fighting for something that actually damages the nation that you claim that you are defending. The people, the workers are going to be poorer for it if subsidy returns. What they should be arguing for is more palliatives, argue for more palliatives, fight for more money from the federal pause to pay for the poor people. Like he mentioned, he did mention it, to be fair to him, he did mention that it was about 120 something million or so people. Why are you not fighting separately for that? Why didn't you fight for that before now? Why didn't you show up on TV before now? Why always waiting after the event to act? What do they do? I don't understand. Unions, they take union fees and all the rest of it. What else are they doing during that time? You are supposed to be preempting these things. Whenever they dance after the event, they will dance, they come, they go. When they finish the strike, everybody goes back home. Nigeria is poorer for it. Whatever happens, the federal government should never go back on the fuel subsidy this removal. It has to go, because if it doesn't go, the borrowing will get out of control. We'll keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, and the end will never come until the nation collapses. And then watch what happens when the nation collapses and they start defaulting on their debt. It's going to be catastrophic for Nigeria. That's kind of stuff that can lead to a spontaneous revolution. When we say revolution, it doesn't mean it's going to end well. It's going to end it could end in a terrible way, but it's going to lead to Nigeria falling backward, maybe 10 years. Because these people are just running the kiosk like children that don't know what they are doing. But I would not even give them that credit, because they actually know what they are doing. They are all serving their masters, doing the bidding of their masters to ensure that the country remains paralyzed. the commission of the Dangote refinery clearly is to give the former president the credit of that he did this stuff, and so that people don't forget that he's the one that commissioned it. Because obviously, it's very, very important that they have to see that they get the credit. What is the why are people so vain? The fact that he did it is not good enough. Is that not the purpose? Why do you have to get the credit? That time you used to be commissioning, maybe you should have spent that time planning for how you're going to remove the subsidies, so it would have been smoother for the people. That is your prime purpose, your prime directive in that office, not to be getting credit for anything. Credit is there on its own. You've already written it. It's a sacred thing. It's already done. You have done it. Why do you have to get human or vanity kind of notice for it? So if he doesn't commission it before he leaves office, so he didn't do it. I don't understand people. You've done something, so you have to get credit, so everybody knows you got credit for it. I don't know. Personally, that kind of reasoning, it doesn't register in my head. Because what you've already done in this life is already written, not even by a man. It's already written. You've done it. Move on. Solve more problems for the people instead of creating more every day for them. We can't keep having this type of people, and our leaders and our people should be calling out all these unions that are doing all these things, calling out federal government that are doing all these things. They are not supposed to be running the country like this. They are deliberately running our country to the ground. These governments are behaving like caretaker governments, they are slow walking our development so that their masters will come and take over again. They are slow walking our development. This Tinubu talked about, even when he was campaigning, he talked about our security forces. Now they're just talking about, they are trying to realign the security forces. This is the game they play. They have CM was complaining about why they are not using the use in this. They don't want to use them. They want to waste them, because if you use them, the country is going to be on a different footing, and their masters won't like that. Why would they use them? They didn't use them to defend their country. Why would they use them to create petrol? They don't want the country to develop. They don't want it. Nigerians want to develop their country, but they are blocking the way as much as possible. Everything else they do, they pretend. Most of our tech startup that you are seeing in Nigeria, they barely serve us. The only time they serve us is to extract wealth, like the Ubers and all the rest of it. And the rest, they serve Western people. And most of the companies are the Western people that are investing in them. So in other words, the profit that they are making, a chunk of it is going to the West. So what is the difference between that and coming to take our oil? You tell me. This is the name of the game. These people are not running our country so that we actually prosper. They are building infrastructure right now. They are doing all those things, but it seems to be like they are slow walking everything, pretending as if they are doing something. Just like that Ghanaian president that says, we don't need IMF loans anymore. In that same breath, within that same meeting, he was asking for IMF loans. This is how our leaders behave towards us. They pretend as if they are trying to build a nation, but in reality, they have just been given a script to read to make people feel like, oh, you have a nation. In reality, they're just serving foreign powers. Those are the people they answer to truly. They don't answer to us. Why would anybody that cares about their nation announce a fuel subsidy in the way he did? He would have said, oh, I'm going to announce it. This is being phased out by the end of June. So no filling station increase their prices at this time. People can buy their fuel. By the end of the month, by that time we will start paying people paying people money so that they can be able to withstand the shock of the fuel subsidy. We are going to create a way for small businesses to be able to get loans from banks to be able to transition to solar power. No, they won't do that. We are going to create incentives for group this in generators so that maybe estates should not have to be having individual generation. They should be having one generator. We are going to incentivize banks to give them loans to get the big generator so that people don't rely on those small ones all over the place.
Tunaja, can I interject you?
Yeah, of course.
Tunaja, maybe you should round up.
Tunaja, can I interject you?
Mind your business. I will talk until Nigeria was come. Okay, don't worry. I will round up soon.
Tunaja, hold on now. Let me interject you. You finish your talk,
Yeah, go ahead.
You finish your talk, Let me just tell you some things. You see, Tunaja, what you are saying, I believe some of us don't really understand the country called Nigeria. I believe some of you have left Nigeria for a very long time, and you did not really participate in the country called Nigeria. Where some of us are just like passerby. We just pass by, we just talk, we just go Pierre. Sometimes Nigeria Watch will tell us this is what we people don't believe. See, to Nigeria, let me tell you one thing. You see, I was a union activist in my school days. Let me tell you my story. You know Peter Odili?
Yes.
If you don't, Peter Odili, I was in University of Port Harcourt. I was the director of socials in my department. Then went down to be a senator in our union, student government. You see, we had problem. We don't have light. We don't have facilities that will make us, be academically very upright. And we went to a round table with the government, and they just bust us off. See, the people you have in Nigeria, they will bust you off. The only way we met with them was to call the Congress. And when we called Congress, because we were popular, we were like a revolutionary government, just like what Peter Obi is doing now. We did it because other government were just coming, flowing, eat money, go, buy car, go. We decided not to go that way. We decided to go the way of the people. Then we went there. We told them that if you don't do this, we are going to do this. Then we went to Congress and told the students, this is what we did. This is how we said it. This is the decision. They bluffed us. And we now went and voted because we had a decision. And the only way a union all over the world, when all things have been done and certified, is to go on strike. There is no other way, because the union always like to go on a round table. And the union, before going on a round table, they have a very smart team. They have people, they have economists, they have lawyers who must have deliberated on many issues and found a solution. We brought the solution to our VC, Gio Vincent then. Sorry for mentioning his name. We told him everything. They refused. The governing council refused. Then we now, according to Congress, we now went on strike. Do you know what some of our students were telling us? Oh, we came to a school and then we are supposed to read and pass and go and do. They will not tell them, which Nigeria are you going to work? Tell me, are you thinking about going to work or going to create a business to drive the economy, or you want to remain the way they gave you, that if you graduate, you go and work? That was the mindset we had. But what we went on strike, we stopped. Look, we brought Port Harcourt down. We brought it down. Odili has to come meet us. We now start with Odili. Yeah, what?
Excuse me, Mr. Black Panther. I think you were trying to make an argument with to Nigeria. I think now it's like you're deliberating and it's not your turn.
Okay, let me just
so
conclude.
just try and make it brief, please, sir. Thank you.
Let me conclude. Nigeria issue. If you don't go on a very deep research and come out to know it, because this labor union, the person that the person that brought down labor union was the ex-governor of Edo State. He was the one that sold it all out. The one that gave him power, the Edo man that gave him power, was it Delta or Edo that gave him power? That guy was upright. If you know what labor union have done, they've done all things that needed to be done. They've written a blueprint on how to transit. But the Nigerian government said no. That is what is going on now. Apart from buying them over by setting up new labor union, the Nigerian government said no. That is what is playing. We don't put all blame on labor union.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Black Panther. I think Nigeria should continue because there are other people waiting. Thank you.
That's true. See, the unions, you see, there are two areas that they can do move forward if they wanted to go on strike. One, if you go on strike, you don't go too long. And because when you are doing that, you have to keep an eye that you are damaging an institution of the nation, one part of the nation that needs to keep functioning for everybody to prosper. What our nation need more than anything else is development. And when parts of the nation start shutting down, you have a problem. That's why in the West, when they strike, they have a time limit for it. They barely strike 1 week. No, impossible. A few days off, then they come back again. Because if you just go off indefinitely, the way some Nigerian institutions do it, they damage Nigeria in the process. Because though that time that we are losing, other nations are moving forward. That is one. And secondly, you have to have precision of what you are asking about, asking for. Because sometimes some of the things that they're asking for, like the way this union is doing now, they say return to the status quo. That was the term they were using at first. In other words, put the subsidy back. Let's go and talk. Put the subsidy back. What if the subsidy doesn't come out to the end of Tinubu's term again? Or if he lasts, how long he lasts in office? And then P2B comes into office, they tell him the same thing again. What happens? Because they will always have a reason for why they don't want the subsidy to be coming off. You'll be surprised when they build the refinery, they will still argue for it. Because these people, you don't know what is behind why they're asking for it. Because what they are asking for, they know full well is bad for the nation. Why should they be asking for that? You are saying that, people should not feel any pain in a nation that is feeling pain already because of the stuff you are asking for. The pain that the nation is feeling that we are borrowing money.
Mr. Tunaja, can you round up, please?
Is devaluing.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Tunaja, can you round up, please? In that is in 1 minute. Thank you.
Are you moderating?
Clearly, I am, because other people are waiting.
Tunaja, round up now.
Okay. You know what? What I'm going to do now, I'll have to moderate. I think, I don't know, you should have left.
I beg, no moderate.
All right.
I beg. Mr.
Shut up. I'm a very nice man. What's wrong with you? Why all these people just being like this? I'm a very nice person. Okay,
anybody can moderate. Anybody, just go ahead.
See, the idea behind it is that we have to have clear idea of what these people are doing. Because if they are damaging the nation, that's where you call their bluff. You say, no, that's not the way you do it. If you want to strike in a way that doesn't damage the nation. If you want to make precision demand that doesn't empower the corrupt people and corrupt practices that is killing the nation in the first place. Thank you. Rita, I can go ahead.
Who is next? Okay, I think.
Okay. Thank you. I think I'm next. I hopefully I will not speak too long. Everyone has spoken about this for issue and all that. This is what I would think as a part of a solution. Necessity, they say, is the mother of all inventions, right? So at this point, I want to appeal to every technical school, every university, high school, college, every inventor, aspiring inventor. Please start thinking of what we have locally in Nigeria to develop something that will be useful to the plight of the people right now. And so that we will not get so much addicted with this crude oil, this PMS, petrol, that we are all crying and screaming and bleeding. And, I think we have gotten to that point. Anybody who is aspiring, or if you have a technology and you're in diaspora, this is what any serious government, every state government right now should do. Necessity is the mother of all inventions. It's clear that Nigerians are addicted to PMS because this is what we use for everything in our house. The crude oil, diesel, for generator, we have fuel for our vehicles, even diesel for the vehicles and the trucks, and then we need kerosene, for cooking. It's even some byproducts of the crude oil are also needed. I think at this point, I'm not even going to talk about gas because Nigeria has been wasting gas for decades, and it has gotten to the point where I just feel that everybody's crying, everybody's screaming. If the elites, if the so-called international elites or the ones who are in Nigeria as well, have made it seem like they're dangling a banana. They cut the banana half sometimes, they give us full banana or a little bit of banana and everything is kumbaya. We're all happy. Everything just goes. status quo as before. It has gotten to the point where we have to start thinking that necessity is the mother of invention. We have to start inventing things where, like, I know people have seen people creating electricity through waste products from animals. I mean, everybody has seen those videos on YouTube, from animals, from human waste, from even water, from, all sorts of, I mean, the solar energy thing is all over, but we should start thinking of that now. And it's unfortunate we are in a country where they don't even support, people that are the inventors or people who are aspiring to inventors. Every university student right now who's into engineering, or you're even into the arts. If you're an artist, you can design something. You can collaborate with an engineer or an architect or somebody who is just studying on their own. They're so intelligent. They don't need to go to an institution. They just understand, the matrices surrounding creating something, testing until it works, because that is what we need, right? That's what we need right now. Some people might say we don't have an enabling environment. Like I said, necessity is the mother of invention. When the environment is not suitable, it forces you to go beyond what you have. And I think what we are enjoying today, electricity, the internet, the telephone, the TV, something came out of that. I mean, if you read Edison, the guy who started electricity, if you see how many times he tested, or the guy who started the telephone, Graham Bell, you see what he went through. Something led to that. The people who created the vehicle, something led to that. So I think that's what we should be thinking. We should be spreading this gospel right now. And I'm sure my Igbo brothers, I'm not trying to be selective here, but it is well known in Nigeria. Predominantly, most people, the Igbos in Nigeria, they are very good inventors. Even in the northern part of Nigeria, but there's no support. The awareness is not really there. We just see it like a social media thing. We support, clap, take pictures, put it out there, and then everything dies down like cold water. So I think that is one ingredient, that is one solution that I am saying. I'm putting it out there now. We should start thinking, including myself. I'm talking to everybody. We have to start thinking of, let us find a way to create electricity for ourselves. And I think every successive government have failed in that. The technical schools we have, the engineering department, I know many of them, there's so much lack in modernization of the way they teach. There's so much, even computer science. In fact, we are just really, really backward, unfortunately. I'm not trying to blame the people, because everything starts from leadership. Everything starts from leadership. It's not just about eating money, and then you go outside to invest the money, and then your country is being depleted. The suffering. It's crazy. I don't want to say it's a black man thing, because it's not a black man thing. We just grew to be selfish. Some people who are in their 30s now, or in their 20s, they've never seen anything in Nigeria. They've never seen anything outside what they're seeing, and they think it's normal. It's not normal. Many of us who were opportune to see how Nigeria has been working, and then you leave Nigeria, go to the diaspora or go to other countries, and you see how things have been working. Like, oh my God, it's like your mental state and your mental way of reasoning, just realized has been distorted. Was never right. That's why some people say the way they grew up very badly. By the time you go to a different environment, like, oh my goodness, and things are working smoothly. So please, my people, necessity is the mother of all inventions. Let us start thinking above this cartel, these criminals. Because you know what? I wrote it in the private chat, the only solution, and I think everybody agrees, but please do not read it out. That is the only solution for Nigeria right now, because these people, they will not change. Even if Peter the Rock Obi becomes president, they wouldn't change. But at least he's there, and I'm sure he will put in some certain laws. He will veto so many things from the useless House of Assembly and the Senate. He will veto it with his presidential powers. I know that. But right now, this is what we have to start thinking. When I just listen to everybody, what's happening in the system, what the oligarchs are doing, clearly everything is messed up in Nigeria. Everything is messed up. Even at some point, you see that even the so-called constituted authorities, they don't even know what to do. Many of them are just going autopilot, just going by their own rules. Nobody's fact-checking. Nobody's implementing anything, even if it's written in paper. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. And Peter Obi's case, something just occurred to me, and I think I got inspiration from what Dati Baba Ahmed said. God is wonderful, I would say. I would say praise be to God. If you guys don't want to say amen, I'm saying amen.
Amen. Amen.
Praise be to God. And this is the
Amen.
reason why I say so. This is what I've realized on my own. Number one, I think May 29 was supposed to happen. This fuel subsidy, this criminal fuel subsidy in Bruhaha that is happening in Nigeria, it was supposed to happen so that Nigerians, both the ones who were supporters of Agbado and non-supporters of Agbado, everybody, both in diaspora and back home, would realize that one, we are all in this. We're all going to feel this pain one way or the other. Many people are not sleeping. Let me tell you, Agbado and his crew, they're not sleeping. They're not. Their mind is not at rest. You could see the ambience. Even when the service chiefs went to meet, Agbado, you could still see the ambience, the aura was dull. Something is not right. We have fit a square peg in a round hole. Something is not right. These things were supposed to happen so that Nigerians will realize the power of God when Peter Dirok will be when Nigerians, not Peter Dirok, when Nigerians get their mandate. And also, the reason why I say God is great, which He is, it's not like I'm just realizing now, is because it will be in history what has never happened before. And Peter the Okuta, God has chosen to do this work is the first time a so-called selected president will be ousted from seat in Nigeria. First time a selected corrupt president will be ousted from seat in Nigeria. This is an upgrade for Peter Dirok Obi. It's not just about stolen mandate now, it's an upgrade. Sometimes the enemy will laugh and say, oh, we won. Oh, yes, it's Miloko. People will talk. They don't, in the presence of laughing, they don't know what the bigger disgrace that is coming. It's just like when people were happy, they want to crucify Jesus. They didn't know that Jesus Christ was going to upgrade bigger than their expectations. Satan was weak. Till the day we are speaking. If we mention his name, every demon collapses. But he had to go through that pain, that disgrace, that shame, the humiliation, you have to go through it. That mockery, you have to go through it. So Nigerians, the ones that are the Agbado, the ones that have corn in their pockets, that are shouting and say, oh, we won. That are saying Agbado, our brother, the ones in the West, the ones that are opening their heart, the Festus Akamus of this world, the Festus Okoyes of this world, all the Yakubus and the Bayo and Onuga, all of them, the Melaye, all of them of this world, the Malami of this world, the Lawan, the useless Senate President Lawan of this world, Bajabiam, all of them of this world, because they all belong to the same cartel. All of them of this world. I look at them as those little demons, and all those the Roman soldiers that were crucifying. I'm not going to compare Mr. Obi to Jesus. No, I'm just saying the actions. If it was the passion of the Christ, you understand what I'm talking about. The actions they were taking. Typically, when Satan thinks he's winning, he's not really winning. Because Satan cannot win over God's chosen one. He can't. And I think there was a gentleman that said something. I don't know if it's the doctor, our worry brother that was speaking, the RSVP guy. He said something about oh, it just skipped my head. There's something that he said, and it was so true. It skipped my head. Maybe I'll remember later. So it's a greater thing that Peter Obi he has stepped higher. So his victory, our Nigeria's victory, is going to be higher. It's not about stolen mandate now. It's about ousting a corrupt, inaugurated president of Nigeria. It's history. This is going to the history books. So it's an upgrade. That's why I say God is great. We were meant to see this thing. We have to feel this pain. That's why I say we have to feel this pain so that when the victory comes, you know that it's God that is taking the glory. We have Nigerians. That's why we have to be positive. No, you should not be allowed to be gagged about talking about this. People will say you are talking too much. You are too aggressive. Oh, these people they not get work. Yes, I don't have work. Yes, you tell them I don't have work. My work is getting Nigeria fixed. That is your work. That is everybody's work. That is everybody's duty. That's your duty as a citizen. If you love Nigeria, that is your work. Let people say what it doesn't really matter. Whatever they're saying, it's really not important. I keep saying Nigeria is bigger than my feelings. So whatever you say to me, it doesn't do me nothing. When Nigeria is great, then I'm happy and then I will face you. But for now, everybody keep speaking. Dr. CM, I thank you for your disposition and the way you explain things. It's really awesome, Mr. Black Panther, even your experiences and things that you say. I really appreciate everybody, even the worry brother. When he talks, I just laugh, but he makes serious sense. So even Nigeria Watch, in fact, I don't even know how to even thank that man. Nigeria Watch is a great guy. That's all I can say. And then everybody that comes every other day, even if you're not coming on the panel, even if you are talking trash in the comment section, you are also doing some work because you cannot sleep. You are addicted to the truth. So that's why you can just want to type. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, we accept it. I think it makes it like a mix. Everybody has to be smiling. Some people have to be angry. That's what makes us unique. And that would eventually bind everyone together because we're all striving for the same thing. Whether you make a good or bad
Time's
comment,
up,
we're all
Rita.
striving for
Time's
the
up,
same
Rita.
thing.
Time's up, Rita. Some
Mr.
have to
Tunanja,
stop.
It's my turn, oh.
Mr. Tunanja, you're spoiling my flow. Okay, let me give you. Okay, I am going to stop now. I'm going to stop now. So I just want to say, we are going for something greater. This is the first time we're going to oust a corrupt inaugurated president in Nigeria. It has never been done in Nigeria, so it's an upgrade. That's what I want to say. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. You did well. Just a moment. When we're talking of Rita, you mentioned something. You said something like we could do. I think you were saying we could do something ourselves. I think it was in that light I said these people refining in the creek, in the bush or whatever. Nigeria, we should be able to have, even if it's a crude technology. Let us start somewhere. We can improve on it anyway. That just by the way. So who is speaking?
I'm
Who
the one
is
speaking now.
okay? Oh, black. I dare not stand on your way. Okay, Black Panther. Oh yeah, let it
No, you
shell.
can stand. If you want more time, I'll give you now. I'm
No,
patient.
no, no, no. Make you not crush me.
Now, lie you. You see,
Okay.
thank you, everyone. Thank you for. I just love the analysis Sarita gave,
Yeah.
and you see, I believe one thing. When this whole political environment, when this whole thing started, I made one statement, one fundamental statement. I said, the man Peter Obi is just is a different man. There is something about him that most of us have not, many people have not keyed in. Even here, we analyze, oh, it's too slow. The man is too quiet, it's slow. But some of us will say, just calm down. This man said, don't go. He knows the reason. When he made that press briefing after the election, if you look at his eyes, and when he pronounced that we won this election, and we will see to the latter, I saw the eyes of a lion that will never go back. If everybody go back on this thing, he will never go back. And he has prepared his ground very well. That to show the high level of intelligence in this personality. He has monitored, he has researched on the entire Nigerian politicians. That is why he tells us, don't worry, just do your part. Let me do my part. I know them. We all know them to a level. But he's like somebody who have danced with the masquerade. And he knows the masquerade step. But we all have spectators. We have seen them dance. We know the way they maneuver. But we don't know that thing that they are saying that makes Peter Obi confident. Always very rugged and strong like a diamond. And I want to say one thing. Sister Rita made mention of, the Nigerian schools, they should do this, they should do a lot of things, and they should do. Look, research is not Nigerian educational system problem per se. The Nigerian student has a lot that they've done, but we don't have that platform that will make them shoot out, because there are so many factors in this Nigeria that will bring down a bright brain to excel. Let's say, for example, now let me give you an example. You were talking about they should start doing solar, whatever. Look, this solar power issue, it has already been done. That is why I say most of us should go and do some rigorous look in. Do you know that 10 universities, about 10 universities, the pilot system now has already been done, and their pilot they are being powered by solar system 24 hours.
Sorry, Mr. I wasn't. I
this,
said, excuse me, sir. I said solar power is everywhere. Everybody knows that. I said we can go beyond even solar power. We've seen people
I'm
use
trying to
human
come there
waste,
now. I'm
farming
coming
waste.
there now.
That's what I said. I just wanted to just make it clear.
I'm coming there now.
Go ahead.
You see, this solar panel was being built right here in Nigeria by an indigenous company.
Oh.
They wanted to go to China to import it, but this company said, we can do it right here. Just give us a pilot scheme that we can do, that we can embark on. And they embark on, the pilot scheme was about 10 universities to power it. And they were, you know what, some money came from one of this World Bank stuff. They now started developing it. And they developed about, I think Unsuka is one of the project. It's part of the pilot scheme. And some other universities, I think they pick 2 from each zone, but I don't know how far. But if you go online, you see how far they've gone. Now, to bring that system into the whole Nigeria, it has faced a bottleneck. One, the Nigerian political scene, the average Nigerian politician sees politics as a business where you go, you buy and sell and go home. That is why you see every day fight to be a councillor, you fight, and when you go there, before 6 months, you see a councillor building a mansion. That is an average mentality of a Nigerian politician. Remember, I say a Nigerian politician. They never wanted Lagos State government. They brought a sample to Lagos State government. Lagos State government said they should go and start it in a micro way. Meanwhile, they have a certified copy how far they've done, and these people have done more than 100 million naira contracts all over, but still Lagos State government refused to legislate on it. They took it down to the federal government, power and steel. They refused because they were saying, how will it benefit them? They are not talking about Nigeria now. How will it benefit them? What are they good? What is their kickback? That is the level. That is when I say corruption is the pillar that is holding Nigeria where it is today. When I say that with all conviction, because I have followed this solar panel stuff to a certain level. I even send them an email saying, you guys are not going to go anywhere because there will be a bottleneck. And that bottleneck is that wealth is going to be their benefit. That is the same question that went on in the oil sector, and their benefit is now owning oil rig. And they went further to go and to destroy all the refinery we have. And what they did, they now set up a plan of oil subsidy. We were having oil subsidy before. But did it go to this level whereby you subsidize, you don't even see what you are subsidizing, and they go and do the byproduct, you don't even know where the byproduct is. Nigeria was subsidizing before. Shagari was subsidizing the power sector. Did we have all this hula baloo? Did we have all these billions of dollars, despite there were millions of dollars being stolen then? But was this so, everybody did not focus to destroy other things? They now focus on only the oil sector. Assuming we were practicing true federalism, other states would have gone far. The issue of light would have been history in some states. But why did they not want that? It's because some of them have decided to paralyze the system so that they can gain immensely from it. The West wanted to develop. At the beginning, the protocol is the stuff is there. But what happened? They were inculcated into the high corruption pool, which they gathered themselves to do. Let me tell you, for instance, now, do you know we have what we call the Yoruba call it, I want to for Bajoba Nile Ilu. That is the people that makes a king. We have it in Nigeria. The people that crown the president. Whether you vote or you don't vote, there are people. There are no more than 10. OBJ went to visit one in the north. He went to visit one. If he does, that's why sometimes you tell you that we went to visit some elder statesmen, the elder statesmen that knows the history of Nigeria. All those are the king's maker that will send their offspring to the Senate, to everywhere where they will close the door. And these people, these are masters of the game. That is the people Peter Obi is talking about. If you chop up the source, the rest will run away. If you chop up the source, there is a source where they derive their power, not from the constitution. There is a source where they derive them. This thing I'm telling you, any human rights activist will say it in another dimension. I'm telling you the gospel truth about the country called Nigeria. So there is no solution because they refuse. They point blank, they refuse to stop the oil subsidy because that is their own kickback from the nation called Nigeria. All these people maroondering around them, these are the tools they use in acquiring all these things. Why do you think that a government will now go and borrow $80 billion? Do you think that money came to Nigeria? That was capital flight. It didn't come. They siphoned that money to different banks abroad.
Mr. Victor, I have something to say. I think basically what you're talking about is godfatherism. I think that exists in every country. But the difference
No. It's different from that one.
Okay.
This one is called kingmakers.
Okay, kingmakers. It's a higher level of godfather. My brother, it's a higher level of godfatherism. That's what you're just explaining. It's a higher level. You can say that's the apex. That's the apex level of the godfatherism. I think it exists in every. In fact, America has it. Canada has it. I think some European countries has it. In fact, if you look at the EU, even within the EU, there's godfatherism. Even within Asia, they know who the godfather is. Even within the UAE or Asia, they have. So it exists. The difference is that the ones that we have in Nigeria, there's nothing like a collective when they're making decisions. It's about me. It's about myself. They are greedy and they are wicked. So that's why they're holding on to that staff of wickedness. So that's why whatever decision they make is for their own personal benefit. It has nothing to do with Nigeria. So I just want to establish the fact that those things that you are saying, I think it exists in every country, even within a company. That's why you have board of directors in a company. It just depends on this is the apex level you're talking about, but it's in every country in the world. We have greedy men and women that are making the decision. That's just what we have in Nigeria.
There is what we call people that stays and say, oh, there's a group that will come that this is what we want, and they said they are grouping to the parliament, and their group now exercise what they really want. It's a bargaining chip. But
Yeah, I think everybody knows
there's
that.
nothing like one person will decide in their own system. But in Nigeria, one person will decide. I don't want to spill that name. You people will see the name. Let Obi come in. You will hear the name.
Excuse me, sir, you have 2 minutes left because the other people you've been
Okay,
speaking
so
for like more than 15.
that is what we are talking about. Nigeria have the capacity to develop the power sector. How to develop the power sector. The students have it already. But the people, the politicians don't want that because it's going to stop their flow. You can imagine your own government does not want you to, after spending money on research, after spending money on the students, after spending money on so many things, there is no government that will empower you by going on and setting up a good legislator that will bring you out. Just take, for instance, innocence. Is there any legislative that has been made to make us, buy our own thing and leave the foreign thing? None. Why? Because there's no country.
I think you should round up now, sir, please. So
And
the
I want
next
us
person
to,
can speak.
remember before that's why I told everyone that NLC, they don't go to a round table without not having point. We should try as much as possible. Look at the tape they played now. We should try as much as possible to also research on our own. If we just brag all the old blame 100%, though they are striking. These people they are not human beings.
They are
They are not
arguing for
human
the
beings.
return of subsidies. That's the problem. They are arguing for
They
they are
have
not
talked
arguing
about
Thank
to
you
move
very
the
much.
subsidies.
they have talked about the
Thank you
subsidy
very
for
much,
long,
Mr.
and their
Victor.
preferred solution, but they refuse to follow the solution.
Thank you
That
very
is
much,
what is the
Mr. Victor.
problem.
Mr. Victor, I think it's your time is up, sir. I think the next person, I don't know if Mrs. Patricia is there. Madam Patricia, I don't know if you're there. Oh, I guess she's not there. I think the next person on the screen is, I think, Mr. Ed. I'm just going by what I see on the
Yes,
screen. Okay,
yes, yes,
you
yes.
can go ahead,
Thank you.
sir.
Yeah, thank you, Starita. It's not a lot of times that I disagree with CM, um, but I just wanted to quickly say to respond to something he said about religious leaders, you know, being in the front lines protesting about what is going on in the country. I I know that that's a desirable thing, but I don't think that's their calling. I mean, if I believe you're a Christian, right? If you read the Bible, it's very clear what they're called to do. Now, if on an individual basis there's a leading in a cleric's heart to go do stuff like that, like with Martin Luther King, Desmond Tutu, yes, that's all fine. But I don't think that's their primary calling. For the fact that if you, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make this a little bit religious. Even if you look at the Bible, we're not in the Old Testament, which was more like a theocracy, where prophets, priests, they were all part of the leadership of the country. But in the New Testament, we don't really see that much. But that being said, it's also not often that, or it's also not a lot of times that I agree with Tunaja. But today, I do agree with him, especially on this issue of subsidy, because I feel like this subsidies is more or less like a boogeyman that the federal government uses to keep siphoning money from Nigeria. I don't know the exact value, but I know that in 2012, Goodluck made an attempt to take off the subsidy, right? Was it a percentage of the subsidy or the entire thing he was going to take off at that time?
So it
The
was
entire thing.
part of the subsidy, not the entire part.
Do you have an idea, like a percentage?
He was talking about the
I don't.
upspring and
Okay,
downspring. So they
okay,
wanted to
okay.
take the subsidy on the upspring out so that it doesn't have too much effect on the downstream. I think that was what they were bargaining on.
Okay, whatever the case, because if you look at what the price of fuel was then, it was about $65, and it moved to 141 when they removed the subsidy partially. right? Until they were able to come back to an equilibrium that was somewhere in between, right? And all of a sudden, all through Buhari's tenure, we knew that he kept saying he was removing it bit by bit, and then fuel got to about 190 a night, 500. So who knows where the equilibrium will settle next if we postpone this evil day, if we keep saying, oh, don't remove fuel subsidy, the equilibrium will keep going higher because these guys, they would always find a way to sneak in their greed into the process. So let's just take that off and know that okay, this we don't have to deal with this again. And I think what Labour should be really fighting for now should be ways of ameliorating the effect on Nigerians. Things like palliative. And this was something that Goodluck did very well. Apart from the fact that he did very wide reaching consultation when he did his own subsidy removal, he also had a template on how to make it easier for Nigerians. So he talked about things like mass transit. He talked about, pumping some money into the small and medium scale enterprises. These are things that Tinubu, I mean, it's just low hanging fruits. These are things you should go back to look at, right? And implement it. Things that could have multiplier effect. And I think this is also a good time, as Sister Rita said, for us to look at alternative energy sources. But my only issue with that is that how scalable are these alternative energy sources, for example? I know she talked about some things that the undergraduate students have designed, I mean, engineering students have designed in schools, but I'm just looking at the affordability part of that.
See. Um, just
Continue,
one
continue.
moment. One
Mhm.
moment. You see, no nation. Of course, we all know this. I don't need to overflog it. Let us not be ashamed to have our own indigenous solution, no matter how crude. So far, it serves us. Do you understand? That is the area I'm heading
Yeah, I
to.
totally
If,
agree with
if,
that.
if they show you the car, India, the car they use, some Nigerians made in India, some Nigerians may not like to living in and may not like to use it as taxi. In India,
Yep.
you can buy a Mercedes car when you're outside India and use it and drive. The moment you bring it into India, it's better you don't bring it in because the tax you are going to pay, you regret it. So they make do with what they have. Why
You're
can't
very correct.
Nigeria, given our, you see, to be honest with you, you know, why I said maybe I didn't explain it very well. These our brothers refining crude oil inside the bush, and when they bring it, they put it in a car, it runs. Let me tell you one thing. During Biafran time, they use coconut to drive a car, coconut oil. Have you read about the exploits? Anything that can move the car. So then before you know it, the West will be saying, oh, if we agree. We can, Nigeria have come of age. We have manpower. We have anything, brains. We can do it in as much as that is our own internal agenda. It's serving us. It is our own. Before you now talk, do you know the politics in Western world? Anything British people want to do, as long as that is what they want, they will implement it. It helps them. They don't care whether in Belgium they do it differently. They don't care. That is the way the white man, that is their idea of the white man. So it's not everything we start to say, hey, this. Let's use those boys because there's no subsidy in their own. The petrol is next door. They bring it and refine. Everything is indoor. They will not talk about environmental degradation and do it well. But the thing is, they know this more than I do. Initiative. I'm giving it an example. But the thing is, because of the fact that it won't give them the billions with which to buy houses all over Dubai and US. They will tell, Nigeria will use grammar and they dismiss it. You don't dismiss such things. So many
Yeah,
countries are doing what they like. Japan has been building Honda that uses petrol and be sending to every part of the world and using solar since the 80s. Oh, any type of electric, not solar, electric
Mr.
car.
Siam, please can I have my time back now
Okay,
before
thank you.
the gavel is put on my head? Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. It was very insightful. I think to your point, it's time for us to start looking inwards. This is another opportunity for us to maybe think about um, developing our indigenous technology that aligns with our current context. So, for example, you said something about coconut oil. There are also other like biofuel that I know, like even as an undergrad, I know that some of my friends there in engineering they were developing biofuels from animal waste. So maybe we
Yes.
should put some money into our local auto industry to create vehicles that uses those kind of alternative energy sources, right? And that could go to like even maybe even our rural areas, like farms, like even tractors, so like it's instead of everything just being dependent on PMS. The barber uses PMS, you in your house to get electricity use PMS. Let's diversify our energy mix. It doesn't have to be like as green as it is in the world. But I think this is an opportunity, as you rightly said, for us to look at that, and it could have some sort of extension into industry, our tech, in our local technologies, and that would even make our economy, grow faster. Um, Again, I mean, as much as people really bashed Good Luck during his time, the guy had he created a lot of templates for that sector. Like there was a gas master plan. A lot of our gas is being wasted, right? How about we find again, we build technologies that are adaptable to our gas? Because, for example, most of us in the West, our heat during the winter is powered by gas, right? If we can have things that can use that gas, that money from the gas can actually go into creating palliatives for the ordinary person who might have or even into public mass transit, right? Instead of that gas just being wasted. So those are things I think the government should really start looking inwards. I as much as I do not appreciate Tinubu being the president, I think this decision has been made. It's a ship that has sailed. Let us not try to keep deterring on it, because we'll just give them another opportunity to take the equivalent price of this PMS to something higher than it is today. It's just like postponing the evil day. And again, I think this is a place where state governments also have to come in. What are their plans? I know we keep talking about this exclusive list, but in Edo State, for example, the governor worked on a power plant. I don't know whether it was successful or not. And the federal government did not stop him from doing that, right? And I,
Excuse me,
and I
sir. Please, I want to correct you. The governor of Edo State, the power plant, it was a conglomerate of many investors. It wasn't done solely by Edo State government.
No, 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 no. That's not my point.
So
My point is not even whether it was done solely by them, but I'm saying that they were given the permission to start something, because the argument that has been made before is that the federal government wants to like have exclusivity of power generation. Do you get my point?
my brother, power generation in Nigeria, I'm saying this confidently, because I'm kind of sort of, I know somebody like involved in that. Power generation in Nigeria is a cartel on its own. You can't even I can't begin to, it's just like a cartel you see in Mexico. That is what it's that industry. In fact, I can't even say much. It's a very serious and dangerous cartel, and that's why Nigeria is subjugated to where it is now, where there's so much darkness. Even the one that you're talking about in Edo State, there's a cartel
Mhm.
within that cartel too. So it's not even benefiting the people of Edo State. So people like the Odetolas, the people that are buying shares in
Yes.
Transcorp. Odetola is the owner of the Gregu oil plant. I mean, there's so many subsidiaries of those. There are many of those like that. Former President Sambo, Goodluck
Vice
Jonathan's
President,
vice
Vice
president,
President
yes, he's
Sambo.
involved in it.
Correct.
A lot of them, most of these governors, in fact, I think I had to send it in the Nigeria Watch, the chat group. There's a list, there's a plethora of these actors that are in charge of the power sector. So that's a different cartel. That's why I said, we now, the
Yeah.
people, necessity is a mother of invention. We have to find a way to get ourselves or win away from this drug of crude oil using
Yes,
what
but
we
if
have.
you see where my point is that if these technologies or these alternatives are developed at the individual level, it might not be easy to scale it up, because you need a lot of money to drive this scaling thing. That's why so many good ideas, they end up just being in the pages of undergraduate thesis, because there's nobody to scale it. So that's
My,
why I'm
my dear
even
brother, we have to be
Yeah,
optimistic, sir. We just have
yeah,
to be optimistic.
yeah,
No matter
yeah.
what, somebody creates something, people would support. Trust me. Right now, Nigerians are
but
bleeding. If there's a guy that can have a vehicle that you can use water, or or some sort of energy that is not fuel. trust me, Nigerians would pay into it. The market woman would support right now. So that's why we have to be
Well, I would agree
positive
with
about
you.
this. We have to.
I would agree with you. But again, to the point of the Edo State government, to be honest, I actually have a friend who told me that they have been enjoying the light from whatever the
My
electricity from
brother, please
whatever
let's not go
power
there.
sector
Please
is
let's not
doing.
go there, but because you're not
but let's
living there.
but
I have
let's
family there. They are not enjoying
no.
electricity. Please, let's not even go
No,
there.
not at the state level. I'm not talking about the state level. I think people around that Saple Road, this,
Saple
you
Road
know,
is Edo State. Now, what are you talking about? What do you
I
mean
know,
state level?
not the entire state. I'm talking of just an area.
Sorry.
So the
Is
Sorry.
Saple Road Auchipoli? Is Saple
no,
Road
you're not getting my point. I'm not saying that it
Eastern
is
land?
statewide. I'm not saying it's statewide. I'm saying that at least
Please,
some people are enjoying it,
excuse me,
right?
sir. We are not in the business of
Please,
of
please.
hailing any constituted authority. They are not doing well.
No,
The government have no
that's not my
idea
point.
and no
I know you.
clue of helping
I
the
know you
people.
don't like the Edo State government, and I'm
You
not
see what
even
I'm
trying.
saying? Oh my goodness. It's not about like. Let me tell you, my brother. Politics is not about like or who doesn't like anybody. But when you are criticizing, people kind of equate it to hatred. I
No,
don't get it. You are a
Auntie,
servant of the people, and I
Sister
have a right
Anita.
as a tax. No, let me finish speaking, sir. I have a right as
Okay.
a taxpayer. A taxpayer. You know, I have family that we pay tax, and then if the government is not doing well, because we have this subservient culture
No,
that
I
you even
am not
ask somebody.
subservient to.
No,
I'm
no,
not subservient to
I'm not saying
massacre.
that you are subservient, but I just said something. You just made a comment and said because I don't like the governor. What has like got to do with serving the people for crying out loud?
Okay,
It has nothing
sorry,
to do with that. I don't hate
sorry.
anybody. I
Wrong
don't
choice of
want to hate
words.
the
The
government.
point.
Why?
No, you're not allowing me to land my point. Sorry, wrong choice of word. My point really is that if at least a few people who are not as in part of the government can enjoy from that intervention, it means that it's possible to scale that up so that more people can enjoy it. Do you get
Thank
my
you very
point?
much, sir. You have
Ex-
30 seconds to end. Thank you.
God, you're the anyway. But that's the point I'm trying to say, that if state governors, like even if it's just a little surplus for the people, at least that's a positive step in the right direction, right? So that's what I'm calling for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think Mr. Festus is the next person. Mr. Festus, are you there? I think he's the one who's driving. Hello, sir. Okay, Mr. Festus, I guess he's busy. The next person I think it's Mr. Chris. I don't know if it's Mr. Chris or Engineer Francis that came first. But if it's okay, if Mr. Chris takes over.
Mr. Festus is talking, but he's muted.
You're muted, sir. Mr. Festus, unmute yourself, sir. We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you, sir.
Okay. I didn't know it's on mute. My microphone was
Good
not
afternoon,
muted
sir. Good
before.
evening, sir.
Even
Okay, it's your turn, sir.
evening all. I keep listening to know where we are, and I have picked up a few things. The only thing is, we all one in this boat, and nobody likes what is happening at home. I'm not in Nigeria, so but I have my family is there, my people are there, and we talk every day. Now, one thing that I have seen that we Nigerians are doing, we are very passive. We are very passive. That's why ENSA has failed. That's why all these hydra-headed demons have been sucking us deep and taking us for granted. Now, I heard that the Labour Congress has proposed a strike because we can't fight each other. We have people that have subjugated us onto slavery for their own greed, to feed their own greed, and they are insatiable. Okay, you can go into a wide range of other topics. You see why they are insatiable and how they are insatiable. You talk about the subsidy that we are talking. It grew from thousands to millions to billions and now to trillions, and with borrowed money. See, so you keep growing. Now, the Labour has said that they want him back on strike. At times, I said that Nigerians are not poor. We like to complain with no action. I learned that 130 million of us are poor, but they are very passive, doing nothing. Labour has proposed a strike. If 10 to 20 millions of them that is badly affected join the labor in their strike and demonstrations. I think it will change. It will send a very big signal to these guys. One, that they're few, and the people have identified them and have said no. Now look at other African countries. They will do their maga with their guns. Ben Ali of Tunisia was chased out by the
Excuse me,
people.
sir.
And
Mr.
yes,
Festus,
ma'am.
please. There's
Yes,
certain
ma'am.
words we don't use, like the G word you just said. There's a
What
lot of
what
words
is
we
it?
don't use.
Okay.
The G word I don't want to
Okay.
mention, and K word
Okay.
and stuff. So please be very careful. Thank you.
Okay, that's why I keep listening. I didn't know what to say, but what we what is on the ground needs a mass action to send the sick to say that what is they don't want serving the um the greedy ones. Okay, so if the masses can join the NLC on their strike, I think it will be very effective, and things will begin to change. Because these people, they don't know what is table conference. They don't know what is a signed agreement. They are feeding their greed. Okay, and they must. If they don't hear the people in a way that they should hear, it will continue. I will stop here because I'm driving and I'm on the road.
All right. Thank you
I don't
very
want
much,
to
sir.
take my mind off.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Please drive safe. I think the next person is
Thank you.
Mr. Chris. And I don't know, between Mr. Chris and Gina Festus, I don't know who came first. I wasn't monitoring us at that time, but I'm just going to go by my screen. So, Mr. Chris, if you're
That's fine.
there, unmute yourself. And the next person after you will be Engineer Francis.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can hear.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Good
I'm
evening.
still I'm still laughing with the back and forth that went on between Madam Rita and ED.
And the
I don't know
host.
if ED is still here. You see, Governor Obaseki is a clear representation of a two-faced governor. Now there are so many things that somebody cannot even talk about. I'm from Edo State. The people that told you about the improvement of electricity supply in Edo State, they are probably his stooges, people that are benefiting from him. If he's listening or any of his people are listening, I'll just give just one example and I'll end it with Obaseki. There was a road that was commissioned by the NDDC. Obaseki claimed that he was the one that did that road. And I don't know if I want to say God so kind or whatever. The forces of nature, after like 2 or 3 days, it rained. And when it rained, that road was washed away. And that's Haseki came out to say that he knew nothing about that road. That summarizes the kind of person he is. So, having said that, the issues at stake in Nigeria is just um, like we discussed yesterday. You see, the current leaders we have, they are not really nationalistic enough. Because if they were to be nationalistic enough, all these issue of fuel scarcity, NNPC, refinery, blah, 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 all of these things would have been taken care of long ago with indigenous technology. Like somebody used to say that in the whole of the Southeast, we have the Chinese and the Japanese combined together living in that axis of Nigeria. But you can see the government is not paying much attention to that region. But why is the government not doing that? Because we are all slowing down every region of the country so that we all can move at the same pace. That's exactly the problem that we are facing in the electricity sector. Because if they were to allow every region to develop on their own, I'm sure some regions in the country would have been almost at the same level with the Western world, the so-called Western world that we all adore. You see, the issue of refinery, I don't think it's a big deal. Because as far back as JSS 3, when we were doing integrated science, not even chemistry now, we play with distillation, we play with fractional distillation.
Mhm.
We
It's
do
true.
it in our chemistry lab. JSS 3, we are just
It's true.
13, 14 years old then. We do it jokingly. And if we don't even know, refining of products is going on in Nigeria in another form. I can remember there is a certain palm oil plantation in Edo State, Presco. You know, they refine red palm oil, they convert it to, they bleach the palm oil, they use fractional distillation, and it becomes like the one we call granite oil. All the redness, the fat, the everything, they are removed and they bleach it completely and they harvest so many products from that red oil. I think they also have one in Imo State called whether Ada Palm or something like that. They
Mm.
do the same thing there. That one is even bigger than the one in Edo State. So we have this indigenous technology, but it's just that our leaders, they are so greedy, they are so selfish, they are so all to themselves that they don't really care about what is going on with the country, about what is going on with the common man. For example, if you see the West, the way they do their things, if they need something, they go for it. They don't care whatever is going to happen. Just look at this recent energy crisis. What did Poland do? They couldn't pay for energy again. They just went for coal, irrespective of the so called environmental degradation. They went for coal and they started using coal. So, in the same vein, if in the 60s, the people, the guys in the East, they could sustain themselves in the face of a war, a civil war, they could produce everything locally. What have we done with those technology? Nothing. Of course, we are keeping
Do,
those, we are
do, do you know?
suppressing
Do
those
you know?
technology.
My brother, please don't forget what you're saying. South Africa uses coal as part of the energy portfolio. Jam,
Exactly,
Germany uses coal.
exactly,
Biafrans drank beer made from brewed from cassava, not wheat,
exactly.
cassava. So I don't
So these
see.
countries, they fell back to coal and they didn't give a damn about the environmental impact. So
China
the
and
moment,
India.
yeah, China,
Yes, China
India,
and
the
India.
same
China
thing.
is very
Cool.
big. Germany is very big in coal,
Yeah,
and India is
South
very
Africa,
big.
South Africa.
Then what do we do? What happened is that we don't have leadership in Nigeria. I'm sorry to cut you
It's true.
short. They went
yes,
and signed all. They went and signed all this nonsense agreement with over big powers in the world who wants to drive a different agenda on this environmental thing because it benefits them. Then we foolishly go and sign all those nonsense and we shut down our coal industries. Why the countries that are determinant in charting their own course are still on coal. Enugu coal is shut down. Nothing is happening there. And that coal in Enugu and the coal power plant in Oji was supplying the former eastern
Region.
Nigeria electricity. I was in elementary school then. Okay, and we never had all these incessant light outages. Okay, so the everything starts and ends with leadership. That's why I'm saying if Nigerians can get it together and chase out some of these criminals, then the subsequent ones coming up, we know that the people are serious. It will send a very big signal. Um, we have what it takes to do everything we want to do inside the country and to make life better for ourselves. But it depends on the people. What I see is that whenever somebody comes out to do something, you'll be left alone. Aisha came out to demonstrate. I watched her on YouTube and all those things. She was alone. The young guys came with this end police brutality. What they call it?
and fast.
And SARS. They were left alone. If it is, I told my people, if this is happening in several cities in Nigeria, let me tell you. There's no armed forces within the country. From immigration, I have studied Nigeria from 1966 until the present day. There's no armed forces in Nigeria that will be able to stop them. Why they were able to stop them is they did what they did to few of them, and they scattered. It wasn't happening in Benin. It wasn't happening in Abuja. It wasn't happening in
Thank,
Kano. It was there.
thank you very much, Mr. Chris. I'm sorry,
I'm
Mr.
sorry, sir. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm sorry,
so it's
please.
okay.
I'm
So,
sorry.
Mr. That's okay,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chris. Can you just run up in 2 minutes, please? And the
Ah,
next
how
person
about
will be
just 2
Engineer
minutes?
Francis.
How
Yes,
about
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Madam
sir.
Lisa?
I'm sorry. Just 2 minutes. I'm just going to be counting them because I know I interrupted and the other gentleman interrupted. So you have 2 minutes. So
I'm
Mr.
sorry. I'm
Engineer
sorry.
Francis will speak. Thank you.
Well, well,
Thank you, sir.
well. Basically, my thought is muffled with these 2 minutes. Well, all I just have to
Okay,
say is
okay. I'll make it 3 minutes.
okay. Well, the summary of what we are saying is leadership failure. Although yesterday we were like, but now there's a reason why people. The question is that why are these leaders? Why are they not nationalistic? That's the problem. Why are they simply? Why have they refused to be nationalistic? Because of their personal greed and because they want to elevate the section of the country where they come from above other people. That's simply just the reason, nothing more. Because now all these technologies, like I've said, we have all of the people are refining crude. In the creeks of Niger Delta, have we looked at those technology? Have we thought of what we can do to make those technology better? No, we have not. All we just do is to take military people there and do whatever we want to do with them without even trying to peruse how were these people able to come up with this technology. We have refused to invest in those technologies, which should we ought to keep trying and trying and trying, and eventually we'll get them right. These technologies we talk about, they are there in our secondary schools, in our universities. People are writing research papers, and the government is looking the other way. And these people will have to take their inventions to other countries. And it's on record that the electric pounded yam was developed in Nigeria more than 30 years ago. But the inventor was ignored and he had to take it to Japan. And Japan redesigned and they started exporting it to us for us and we start buying. So that's just the problem that is wrong with us. There is a whole technological hub in the whole of the Southeast. I keep saying that. There's nothing those guys cannot do there. We know there's simply nothing they cannot do. Just give them a prototype and they will reproduce it for you. But we all know exactly how Nigerians feel about those people there. So you see, not until we start giving everybody a true sense of belonging to this institution, to this project called Nigeria, we are not going to go anywhere. I think the last speaker was talking about giving Tinubu a chance because he has already done the subsidy we should give. No, the reason is that we can't give them a chance because they are not doing it for goodwill. They are not doing it for goodwill. We can't trust those people. The only person I can trust in this whole gamut of politicians that we have is Peter Obi. The man said, see, do you know what it is to be a governor, two-time governor? You served in different economic panel under the PDP administration, chop and go. The man still came out to say, if you see anything, any corruption tied to me, anything at all, I will stop campaigning.
Thank you,
And
sir. Thank you very much, sir. 30 seconds, sir.
okay,
Thank you.
nothing was found. Okay. I hope I get opportunity to talk again. Yes, well,
Me,
the
me too.
borderline is that we have to be we need leaders that are nationalistic, and Peter Obi is a potential leader that can deliver Nigeria from these shackles of poverty. That's simply why the gangs, the cartel, that's why they are against him because they know he's going to free Nigerians. Number one, number two, they know he is Igbo. I keep saying that they know he's Igbo. Those are the two
Thank you
reasons
very
they
much,
are
sir.
against the man.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So, and the next person, thank you very much, Engineer Francis, for your patience. I think you're the next, sir. You can unmute yourself. Engineer Francis, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. It's your turn.
Oh, you guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes, we can
Oh,
hear you.
oh, good. Thank you for this opportunity. But there is something that I have been waiting and looking to see if every other person, if you guys are seeing it, especially with this fuel subsidy issue. The problem is that when you have somebody that is criminally minded, when he does his things, it will always show. The problem with this fuel subsidy we have now is based on 520 billion naira. That's it. That's what's causing this problem. And how is it? It has been signed into law by Buhari that the fuel subsidy will stay till June. And the 3.2 billion naira, yeah, 3.2 trillion was assigned for that. Now, every month is about 520 billion. So Tinubu got exactly 1 month of that subsidy left, and he wanted to pocket it. So the subsidy is gone. So he will grab that 520 billion that's already put out there and put in his pocket. How do we know? The very next week, while people are still frustrated in the fuel lines, NNPC came up with their new price. The price NNPC is showing us today, is it not the price on that same fuel that they said that they have enough supplies? And is that not part of that Buhari had paid for till June? So where are they? Well, of course, we know where that money is going because Tinubu is always criminally minded. Anything he looks at, he looks in terms of money. So he sees this low hanging fruit. He wants to grab it on his very first day. So what we should be demanding now is that they show us where that 520 billion, which is half a trillion, went so far. And another thing, when you think of development, Tinubu does not have that in mind. He cannot go to sleep and be thinking about the poor masses. No. So if he doesn't think about them, he cannot think of any way or anything that can help them. So the big problem is that we have a very dangerous animal guarding the hen house. And I guess we will all have to pray. But as far as something like this subsidy issue coming up again, oh yes. The only bad thing, as they say in America, they say, fool me once, shame on you. But fool me twice, shame on me. Nigeria, how many times will you guys be fooled? And you will still keep that thing you wish, you will keep representing it as if it is true what the man is doing. The man is showing you why he is dangerous, and you are still meandering and talking about nonsense. We should definitely get up and start addressing it the way it is. Let's not talk about subsidy anymore. Let's talk about that 520 billion naira that has already been signed into law in the budget by Buhari. Where is it and what is it doing? So this man trying to tell, oh, first subsidy is gone. And then some people saying, oh, why will NNPC be so quick to come out early in June to announce this 540 naira per liter price, which means the subsidy is gone. The subsidy money is gone.
Excuse me, sir. Engineer Francis, I have a question
Yes.
with what you said. So isn't it the responsibility of the National Assembly, I'm talking about the senators and Federal House of Representatives, to start questioning what happens to the balance of the money meant for the entire month of June?
Exactly.
They will share it. Nigeria is full of, those guys are there for their own pockets. They are not there for the nation. I'm telling you, what is happening there, there are cartels there in the House of Assembly and the Senate. That's
Madam
why
Victor,
they
that
can
was a
kill.
good observation.
You are right, but
They
we
will
have
share the
to
money.
start hammering on it. We have to start hammering on it and letting them know that we know
You
that
see,
there's
you see,
520 billion missing.
why are the people that pay subsidy a hidden thing?
Well,
Why?
let's not
Because
go
all of them
too
are
far.
connected.
Let's not go too far into what happened before we
Okay,
were born.
Mr. Festus, please let Miss Engineer Francis finish.
Yeah, let's not
Go
go
Sorry,
ahead,
too
sir.
madam.
far into what happened before we were born. Let's deal with what is happening right now, right here. So if it's the House, if it's the Senate, if it's the courts, somebody needs to get this man to know that we know that there is a low-hanging fruit which he has already jumped up to grab, 520 billion naira, and we want to know where it is and what it is doing now. Because NNPC, by raising the price, is actually violating the law, because the law was signed by Buhari and it should end in June. So they don't have any right to start it now, except if somebody has plucked that 520 billion left and asked them to go ahead. And that somebody came on the inauguration to tell us that, yes, it's done. So we should definitely figure a way to put the heat on this man to let him know that we're all not dummies. I think I empathize with those, my siblings, my relatives, and everybody back home, because it's just like that thing about that, how does it go? It's a saying about a rapist and then the victim ending up loving the rapist because he kidnapped her and kept her forever. So now Nigerians, being the victims, are now ending up loving everything criminal from all these people that they don't even take it as anything. I know here in the US, once you have a record of something, oh yeah, they will always be looking to see if you will repeat it. Here, this man has a record of whatever. We were like, oh no, we don't care. Now he has not even taken office. On his very first day, he plucks 520 billion naira from us. And we are here making noise and walking around the streets. That's not right. Somebody needs to definitely tell this man that, hey, we are here. As a matter of fact, however we can do it, but we need to start something that will be exposing all this nonsense going on. I don't know what those people in the House go to do or in the Senate, but shouldn't they also be having some serious panels dealing with this election issue that happened? I was watching where INEC is now objecting to the admission of a document that they certified that this is the original document with us. This is a certified true copy of it. It's being submitted to the court, and they are objecting. What kind of nonsense are we tolerating in that country? I mean, even the justices, for letting them even open their mouth to oppose is more than enough leniency. Those attorneys should know better. That's abuse. And I thought that in law, if you know that your client is guilty, what you should do is you start looking for plea agreement. You don't go and start representing to the court that your client is not guilty. So why will you be defending somebody who is coming to court to say, no, don't admit this paper that I gave him? I mean,
Okay,
it
sir.
doesn't that
Mr. Engineer Francis, sir, you have like 1 minute. You can just round up.
anyway, that's basically what I wanted to say. But the most important thing is for us to keep an eye and a watch on this man in Asarok, because he definitely, of course, that's all in his mind, criminal, criminal, criminal. So everything he does follow, like they say here in the US, follow the money trail. If you follow the money that Buhari signed into law that is supposed to expire in June, you will see that the money is gone, and that's why NNPC is now coming up with an increased price. So definitely, let's concentrate on that to let them know that we are not fools. That, yeah, it's true that we are suffering it on the streets in Nigeria, but we also know that that money, you have to tell us where that money is.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I think the next person, Mr. Kez. Mr. Kez, if you're there, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, just a minute, please. Let me just go to a quiet place. Okay. Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I'm just going to make greetings everyone in the house and people on the chat box. So I'm just going to make a quick summation. So I've just been doing like a quick calculation based on this fuel subsidy, and I'm just going to do like a little breakdown. So if I'm going based on what the Dangote refinery is going to refine per day, assuming that it's working. We don't even know if it's working. So that would be 650,000 barrels of crude a day. And each barrel of crude, when it has been refined, that will give you 170 liters of petrol. According to the breakdown for the NNPC, they said Nigeria is currently using about 68 million liters of petrol a day. So based on that calculation, the Dangote refinery, if it refines 650 barrels of crude a day, that will give you about 110 million liters of petrol. That will be the capacity. And then, if you're looking at the average cost of petrol in countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar, you're looking about for Saudi Arabia, you're looking about 62 cents a liter, and Qatar is about 54 cents a liter. So why I'm actually giving this breakdown is that we need to actually understand the numbers and what these people are trying to do on the Nigeria people. And as well, if you look at the amount of crude Nigeria is losing daily, as at the last report that I looked here, according to Punch newspaper, that was December 2020, which is just about 6 months ago. Apparently, Nigeria is losing about 600,000 barrels of crude a day. And from the figures that I've calculated, Nigeria actually is using the Nigeria consumption is about 400,000 barrels of crude a day. That's what we consume, according to what NNPC is telling us. So if you look at the theft, what we're losing even daily, if you plug those leakages, and we will give that, like we're refining that, minus 400 from 600, so Nigeria should will be getting petrol for free, technically, if they plug those leakages. So I just think that country is a joke. So if you do the average cost, so what that means is that if we're using the Nigeria exchange rate, which the CBN rate, at that rate is like the cost of a barrel of crude oil at the current market price is $75. So if you multiply that, by the 68 liters of petrol a day that Nigeria is using. So Nigeria is using about 400,000 barrels of crude oil a day. So if you multiply $75 times 400, that will give you about about $30 million of crude that Nigeria is using a day. You know, and if you work that out by the what's it called, the liter. So if let's do an assumption that if Dangote was to refine for us, the average cost of refining a barrel of oil from the refinery is about about $3 to $5. So I just left it at $5. So, and if you divide $5 by 170 liters that you get from one barrel of crude oil, that will give you about 0.030 cents. That's the cost of refining one barrel of crude oil, right? And if we work that based on the CBN rate, that's about 14 naira a liter. Okay, to refine for Dangote to refine for us, it will cost him 14 naira a liter for him to refine the crude for us. Okay, so how I did the calculation, if we were to remove 14 naira from if let's say like Nigeria was to set the let's say the federal government said like let Dangote be selling for us for at the rate of let me say 210 naira. Okay. So based on that figure, the Nigerian government will still be we have to like, so if it's being sold, I wrote it down somewhere here. So
yeah, excuse me, sir. I know there was sorry for interrupting. There was an explanation that says, I think I was watching it on Arise TV. They said, regardless if Dangote has a refinery within the confines of Nigeria, he's still going to refine that oil the way it's done in the international market. So he's not going to like make it seem like, okay, it's in the house, so it's supposed to be cheaper. He's a businessman. Many people have shares. Many of these elites, they have shares on that refinery. I think they said they spent $19 billion to build that refinery. So however you want to do the calculation, between if it was coming from the federal government of Nigeria or if it's coming from Dangote himself, Dangote will give us the international price. This is all about, it has nothing to do with the benefit of Nigerian. It's just business. So
I'm coming to that point. That's the point I'm trying. That's the point I'm getting to. That's what I'm trying to explain. So what they are telling us is that Dangote will have to buy that crude in dollars. Okay, so if he's buying a barrel of crude for $35 from the Nigerian government, where's the Dangote? Yes, Dangote is getting the dollar from the CBN at the official rate. At 485, Dangote will not go and get dollar at a black market rate. No, it's getting it at the CBN rate at 485. Okay,
yeah, so what's your point now? In all these calculations and these statistics.
My point is that the if Nigeria was to sell, let me say if Nigeria was to sell a liter of petrol, okay, for 274 naira, Nigeria will not lose any money based on this current price rate of international market at $75 a barrel right now. Okay, so if Nigeria was to sell it for 274 naira, Nigeria will not lose any money, and Dangote will still be making its profit from this price. And you can see the logic behind it. That's why they literally jacked it up to like 5.15. So almost like times 2 of the break-even point. So at 275 naira a liter, Nigeria government will not lose any money.
Yes, Mr. Kez, it's same thing Engineer Francis was saying. However you're explaining it now, we all know that these elites are sharing the money. And there's money already budgeted, for the entire month of June. So we're still going back to what Engineer Francis was saying. They've taken that balance of 570,000 million or dollars or naira. They're keeping that money. So whatever calculation between NMPC and the federal government and the people who are involved, the international people who are involved, is not to the benefit of Nigeria. Even if we know that they put a cap of, let's say, 600 naira per liter, the bottom line is nothing is benefiting the nation. And it's kind of frustrating that we can't really do anything about it. Really, just like what the NLC is doing, they can't do. Listen, even if he starts to demonstrate, it's only a cluster of people that will probably go there day 1, day 2. Before you know it, if you typical Nigerian fashion, everybody faces out because they're dealing with their issues. They're dealing with the suffering. Some of them will even tell them, listen, I can't even come there. I don't have fuel. I don't have gas, or my child can't go to school, or I can't, I have to look for another source of making money. I cannot come to protest. So it's a cycle. It's
Yeah,
a
but
cycle that keeps going round and round and round.
yeah, but the point why I actually did this calculation was that I think Nigerians have to know that the cost of if Nigeria government was to sell petrol for us via the Dangote refinery at 274 naira a liter, Nigeria government will not lose any money and Dangote will still be making its profit. So there's no excuse for them to jack the price to 515. And people has to know this. Otherwise, there will be the ripple effect on the economy. It will be so devastating that I don't know, everybody is going to feel it. Whether you're in diaspora, like you said earlier, I was listening to what you were saying. The money that you're sending back home, you have to triple the money. So it will be a crazy effect on everyone. So, and I think they've done it that way to jack it to 515, and then they know that the NFC would negotiate with them, and they would kind of find like an equivalent point, like say, okay, let's leave it at 350 or 300. But I'm telling people that the price that Nigeria government has to sell petrol to Nigeria without losing money is 274 naira a liter. That is the point where they would not be losing any money, and Dangote will still be making its profit based on this price. So that's the point. That's the summary of what I was trying to
Thank
make.
you.
That's my
Yes.
point. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say this before I think Dr. CM will be the next. Irrespective of everything that you've said, is quite educative. What you just explained and what Engineer Francis just explained, this is what the NLC, this is what I expected the NLC to sit down and speak to the Nigerian workers, or rather the Nigerian people, to get an understanding of what has been done and what is going on. Because like you said, Nigerians need to know this statistic. They need to really understand, because many Nigerians don't understand. That's the truth. Many Nigerians don't understand. They just want to see that the pump price is cheap. That's it. People don't, I would say, with all due respect, many Nigerians typically are lazy in reading or are lazy in understanding. They just want to just do the work, do the explanation, and the end product is what they want to see. They don't care how you arrive there. So
Sister Rita,
NLC, yes, sir.
I want to say one thing. You see,
Go ahead, sir.
the NLC guys, we have oil, the people that are into oil business in the NLC. People that are doing, they know, they are acquainted with the oil business, they know how the government sells it. They know everything. But the problem is that how are they going to convey this thing to the people? That is where the bottleneck.
What do you mean? How are they going to convince the people?
They know
I don't understand.
everything. See,
how are they going to convince the people?
Sister Rita, this thing, this abroad just explained. They know it, but they don't want to talk.
That's what I'm saying. You don't understand. See, we're having this thing now. How many people have electricity? Excuse me, sir, to understand what we're saying.
Unless they are partners.
NLC, the way the chairman came out of NLC, the way Mr. Kez and Engineer Francis explained certain things. In fact, there's a part where Engineer Francis explained, if you listen to that Labour media talk, right? He was almost getting there, but he stopped. Why didn't he? He only said, "Oh, there's budget, for the month of June to June 30th. So why are they increasing it all of a sudden? Instead of him to break it down and explain to the people and tell them the monetary consequences, what is happening to the 570 billion? He didn't mention that they are aware of these things. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Kez and Engineer Francis have explained things, broken it down. Many of these people who have authority to sit down, like the NLC chairman, they are supposed to come out in the public and explain to the Nigerian people, this is what's going on. They don't do that, and that's why people don't respect these unions, because they feel they're part of the cartel, or they're just like a footmat to these people. And then they come out like as if, there's this altruistic, all of a sudden feeling that, they understand the pains of Nigeria. They don't. So that I don't even trust the NLC. I don't. Or is it the student union? So, my dear brother, whatever is being said now, the people, they're not giving Nigerians the right information. And Nigerians, many are too lazy to even read to understand. I'm sorry, I think, Mr. Francis, you want to say, Festus, you want to say something? After you
Yeah.
make your comment, Dr.
I
CM
just
is
wanted.
next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say what I heard from NLC guy. He said that the landing cost, but he didn't, hammer it the way he should. That the landing cost of a liter, he tried to explain it the best he knew. That the landing cost of a liter is 18 cents in Nigeria. That if they can, and they translate to about $90 and 90 naira, according to him, and that if they sell at 190, that they're still making gain. Then he said, why all of a sudden it's 500 and something? I had him clear, and it's on
Okay.
YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube. But it was a very short video where he was addressing the ESCO of the NLC. I think
I think
yesterday
yes,
or early in the morning
They need
today.
to be
Eh?
more
I had
open. They need
I,
to be
I
Yeah.
more
had
open.
I had it too because he was saying that a
But
crude.
why was he
I
escaping
mean
the financial
a barrel.
aspect that Egina Francis was talking about? Why didn't he mention it? Because people need to know the numbers.
Hmm.
People need to
Hmm.
know the numbers. Why are
He
they
need to
hiding it?
hammer
Sorry,
it.
we
He need
have
to hammer
somebody.
it and send it out.
Maybe
Yes, we have somebody,
Hmm.
Mr. Peter. I think
maybe
he just came in.
maybe maybe it
Dr.
was
CM, Mr. Peter just came in. I think I want to
Peter
give him
the
the
Raw.
opportunity to express himself. After
Peter
Mr. Peter, I think Dr. CM will be next. Go ahead,
Peter
Mr. Peter, if you're there. Can unmute yourself.
Peter the Rock.
Okay.
Is it?
Hello, everybody. Good evening from here. I know some of us we are in the morning or something. So, um, based on the issue we are talking about, there was this I don't know if you guys watched Arise News 2 days ago. The guy from the NLC was brought in and he was explaining the same thing. Actually, he was mostly kind of like um an antagonist to what the NNPCL man was talking about.
Hmm.
They wouldn't explain how they came about the figure 545 for Lagos and 580 for Maduguri. They wouldn't explain it. And it's something we all know. It is Nigeria. What's it called? The Dangote refinery. Who are the investors? Have they ever published the names of the investors to us? No. So we all know what's going on. Someone was talking. I mean, I think it was Mr. Kez earlier. He was kind of like explaining something about the power sector and everything, and I heard the back and forth that both of you were going on that issues. Then this is the thing. Nigeria is a lawless country, and the quicker we start treating Nigeria as it is, the better it is for everybody. If you want things to work in that country, you will have to do the same thing Tinubu did. And what is that? He said, let us fight and get the votes. Let others go to court. Then I didn't really understand what it meant when they were saying it then. But after all the shenanigans that's gone down from last week to this week, and all the nonsense that they're playing in the court, it kind of like made me realize that okay, this is a lawless country. So if we want power, we have to get it. When we get power, we have to be ruthless in the way we force things to happen for our people. You were saying earlier, Madam Rita, you were saying that the power sector is a cartel. Yes, it is a cartel. And the only way we could get rid of it is by if if one state governor become a maverick, in the sense that he will damn the consequences. He will use the laws of Nigeria to his advantage and damn the consequences after he leaves power. A state governor can, if he wants to, can facilitate whereby a state will have power supply. A state governor can facilitate it to the point whereby his state can, for example, let's say Delta. Delta has oil. Why can't a state governor set up his own refinery? All those people that are being arrested here and there as people who are tapping the what's it called, the refine I mean the what's it called, the crude oil.
The crude.
Yeah, get all those people, employ them, let them set up a Delta State local refinery for them. And then he can set up a system whereby anybody who is from Delta State must have a Delta ID card, a uh, a security, a fully security ID card, whereby if you want to buy fuel at the
See,
Delta State
see,
gas
see,
station.
see. Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir. That will
You
not
know,
work
you know,
now.
what you are saying, eh? It's not that. It's not the what is it called? When we say something like the significance, it's not in doubt. Do you know some people will tell you the next thing they write editorial from some section of the country, you want to divide the country.
Sir, the
Yeah,
country is already divided.
no,
We
listen,
need
you
to
see,
stop fooling
that is
ourselves.
no, yeah, of course, no, but this
Yeah.
is he said,
So
in fact, they won't even stop at say you issued ID card. He said, in fact, you are even issuing their own republic. One, they give you one name and one republic. That's what they will tell them. Do you know why?
no,
Sorry, let me digress. There's a man called Dr. Haruna Guru. He once appeared on this, I mean, not once or twice or something. I heard him saying in one of his videos. He said, what they tell them in northern Nigeria is that the south, if the economy is bad, they can migrate to Europe to go and do cleaning job, maybe in London or America, and work in care home, sleep. I mean, sort of take care of old people, all those things in care residential home, get money and come and eat. He said, we in the north, without power, we are nothing. So we better grab power. Don't trust them. Don't vote for them. Always vote for some people. Vote for your fellow northerners. This is man from Kaduna telling us this. He said, but it is now that when they were suffering every time, they said it's because good luck is there, because Obasanjo is there. If Buhari gets in, Buhari may gaskia. Now Buhari went in and they suffered the worst suffering in their life. Now, do you know what he said? Then I told them that, look, when Peter Obi came up, he said they looked everywhere and said, so there is somebody like Peter Obi in Nigeria. He said, no, they will vote for Peter Obi. So why I'm saying this is that you will not know the mentality of the people you are in the same country with. I'm not criticizing them, but what you are saying, somebody, if you are saying it, give the Delta people or Edo people, they have the ID card. This is, the man in Anambra won't, they understand. People in Lagos, Ekiti, Ondo, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, they will understand. The person in Katsina and Zamfara, the way they will interpret it to them, look, if it's not care, it's not taking the DSS, or they will invite you for questioning. Let me tell you, that is the truth. They will invite you for questioning and say, look, what do you mean? Because what they will be telling them is not that the way you said it. They will say, they don't even have, say one day now you see them, they will raise their own army, they declare their republic, they want to break up Nigeria. This
Okay,
is
Dr. CM,
the
Dr. CM, your time has elapsed, so it's Mr.
okay,
Peter's turn. I
okay,
know you
thank
want
you.
to explain everything. Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
Mr.
thank you.
Peter. Mr. Peter, in 3 minutes, can you round up, please? In 3 minutes. Thank you.
okay. So CM, I really appreciate what you said. Um, j- it will everything will go back to what I was saying, and that is what we need to damn the consequence. There's this thing that happens here in the United States. When the Democrats wins, the Democrats they're always trying to like play by the rules. Oh, this is what the Constitution says. Or this is what is morally right. This is what is morally acceptable around the world and all those stuff. But when the Republicans get into power, they damn the Constitution. They damn morality. They'll tell you, no, this is what we want. We are American and we can do whatever we want as long as this is our country. Why do I say that? I'm saying that because we define what is right and what is wrong. We, the people, define what is right and what is wrong. Not nobody. Not even God determines what is right and what is wrong to us. Back in the days when we were growing up, we say a family is marriage or family is based up of a man and a woman. Now, as my children are growing up right now, that idea is being flushed down the drain. You can't say that anymore. Even when I talk to people at work, when I call them, when they call or something, and I'm saying, hello, can I help you, ma'am? I can't say that no more. I just have to say, can I help you? Then when he or she's talking to me, I have to be a little bit hesitant to say ma'am or sir, because you don't know if the person at the other end is a transgender.
Mm.
So what am I trying to say here? If we want freedom, if we want happiness, we have to damn the consequence. These
Well,
people
well, I
who
think,
who have
um,
ruled Nigeria, who have been ruling Nigeria all this while, they damn the consequences. What's his name? Nziogu and his code, they damn the consequences. Muritala, damn the consequences. Idiabon Buhari, damn the consequences. IBB, damn the consequences. Abacha, and the rest of them. If we are not ready to damn the consequences, it is all about what we do when we get it.
yeah, but it
If
hasn't,
we get it,
but it
and
hasn't, it hasn't helped much now. That is the issue. It
Mr.
hasn't helped.
CM, Mr. CM, Mr.
I think
CM.
it's time, Mr.
Can I
Peter.
can I intercept? Can I intercept?
No, 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 I'm
That
sorry,
just for
Black
1 minute.
Panther.
It's 1 minute. I got to intercept for 1 minute. We can't be
No, I
talking like
just
that. We
want,
finish the first section. This second
no, excuse
section is
me,
not
sir.
5 minutes,
I
10
just
minutes. We
want,
got to
listen,
talk.
sir, please. I'm the one moderating now. I just want Mr. Peter to round up in 30 seconds, then you can make your comments. Please, thank you.
okay, so that is basically it.
Okay.
Every Americans even damn the consequences with Britain in the 18th centuries to get their independence. The French has to damn the consequences when they had the French Revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Black Panther, you can go ahead. Dr. CM, you can take over.
Okay.
After Black Panther, you can take over the panel. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. We seem not to understand this Nigeria. What my brother is saying here is the gospel truth. What we have not tested, what somebody have not done exactly what he's saying now, to do things in the state this way, to damn the consequences, we have not tested it, and yet we are condemning it. That they're going to come this way, they're going to come that way. If you want something to be done in a revolution, you want something to be done the way it's supposed to be done, to change from the normal, to change from the abnormal to the normal in a country situation like what we have now, you got to damn the consequences to do it right. Because there are some things that is happening. If you go and look at the trend in Africa, there is no way, if we say we got to leave it the way it's going now, it's going to lead to something that happened in Liberia. But if somebody comes in and down the consequences and correct things like what happened in so many nations, which we all know about, things will be done right. That is what Peter Obi is trying to do now. That man you see there, you think he's going to be like water when he gets to power. He is going to damn a lot of consequences. Let us put him there first. You will see what we have said. He's going to damn many consequences. He and his vice president. There's no, when you do things the same way all over and all over again, you are going to get the same result. If you don't damn the consequences, America has done it, British has done it, French has done it. What are we waiting for? We are trying to be dodgy, scared, shaking our leg. We are scared. You cannot be scared if you want to change situation in a country. This is not a company. This is not an establishment. This is a country with diversity, diverse tongue. We got to stand to unite. And one person coming out as a nationalist with damn consequences to get it right. If not, they will lure you into what they are doing, and there we go all over again. Peter Obi is going to do a lot and is going to damn the consequences. I bet everything I have in this thing. He's going to do it because he knows that if he doesn't get there, he cannot do anything. If he gets on that table, everybody will hide. They would see the real color because they have made him and made him to become a lion. And that lion is to take off everything that was done before and set a new foundation. That is what's going to do. My brother, God bless you for that thing you mentioned.
Okay, yes. Why I said I threw that one in was just for him to also contemplate it because sometimes maybe just let me know how he's going to handle it. Of course, I know how, I understand what you said. That is what he should. But he takes somebody who is clean, like we are talking P2B. That's why when he's doing, if he comes in and doing such things, the chances of people believing him or going along with him was given his background and antecedents. Because if you can't fault him when he's campaigning, saying, if you have anything on me, bring it, I stop campaigning. Is it now when he gets in and start implementing something that people will raise an eyebrow? So if you are clean right from time, there's a tendency for people to follow you when you are introducing any policy. But if you are the crooked type, it's like what Agbado is doing now. People will take it with a
Doctor,
pinch of salt. Yes,
doctor,
please. Yes, please.
see, do you know that everything that happened in the courtroom in the last couple of days is more or less like they are damning everybody that what are we gonna do?
Well,
Like
well, the thing,
INEC, but the court said INEC should release all the documents that they use to announce the results.
yes, but
And did they do it? No. And they still went to court the next day. They still went to court the next week. They were
uh,
in court yesterday without all the documents
it's
being
because
provided.
they are hiding their fraud. I wouldn't call it
No,
damning. I
no,
wouldn't
no,
call
no,
it
no,
damning
no,
in the
no,
sense. No, I'm coming. I
no.
wouldn't call it damning in the sense that you express what you said before, because that damning is positive damning that will bring result, good thing for the people. Like
I,
if you want to
I don't.
implement,
Yeah,
that is
you're
positive.
right.
But
You're right.
in this case,
It
this is pure fraud. They feel that they want to use tactics and delay time and all those things. It's not that they are really damning. If they are really say let them, well, it's damning anyway, but they are trying to use it to spy the court and feel that after all, if you defeat them here, they go to Supreme Court and wait for you. But who knows?
Dr.
Fortune.
CM, Dr.
Yes,
CM,
something can change.
the
Yes,
the consequences that they were damning is contempt of court.
of course,
They know that that is an absolute contempt of court,
I agree.
and they know that the court cannot do anything.
I
If the
agree.
court is going to do something, I dare you to do something. What's
I
this
agree
guy's
too.
name? The EFCC guy, the EFCC guy. He was also charged with contempt.
Yeah,
Has he been locked up? No. The IG of police as well. He was also charged with contempt. Has he been arrested? No. That is the land we live in.
and it has
That
to
is the
stop,
land we live in.
and it must stop. Anyway, let's move to another person. It must stop. That's why short people want it to stop. That's why they voted for P2B. After all this nonsense, the man will still get in, and then Nigeria will have a new lease, we experience a new lease of life. Because this
Do
what
you
we
let me add this to it. Do you know His Excellency Governor Peter Obi? Do you know he damned the consequences in when he was the governor of Anambra back in the days as well?
I'm
They were
from an
like, oh, you they
I am from Anambra now. I know all that.
okay. You
We know
if you
him.
remember, okay, all the stuff that went down over there. Oh,
Yeah.
the state government house in Abuja. Oh, we need to have us like who is living there? Okay, he's going to Abuja and he has all this entourage. He was asking some of them that, excuse me, who was invited and who is going?
It's true. No. I once said it, and maybe probably you've not joined us then. Say months back, before even the election, I told them one thing I'm sure Nigerians will gain from P2B. I don't know what he's going to do because I don't, but one thing I'm sure is when he gets to Aso Rock with all those a fleet of a presidential jet, he will likely sell them off. Maybe sell them off, use it, tell one Nigerian airline, buy it and use it to do domestic. When he wants to travel abroad, he will take commercial flight like any other person. Then all the fleet of cars, maybe in Aso Rock, maybe up to 100 or 50. P2B will tell you for what? Only me, maybe return 10, the rest, or maybe 5. Say the rest should be sold off. That's what he will do. Imagine what he told Lai Mohammed, who went to US to say uh, P2B is committing treason, the way they are going about it. When they told P2B, say, look at, I'm in Onisha. I'm in Onisha here in Anambra State. I'm my Minister for Information has to use money to take a business class ticket to America to go and start talking of treason. Why not come to Onisha and save that money you spent to go to America? Should have built a classroom of a block of 6 classroom in your village. Why not tell EFCC to come and arrest me at Onisha instead of going to tell them in America? So look at, you see the way the way he reasoned, the the money. He said this is the rascalism we are talking about, using economy, I mean, what is it called, first class tickets to go to Washington to go and talk nonsense when the money should be used somewhere in Kwara State where the man comes from, in his village, to repair one primary school. So we know the bulwark against P2B is because he's of the masses. He's going to bring a new trajectory to politics, and they don't want it. All these things you see doing from Tinubu, all these are they are in cahoots. We include all of them. They're just eating money. It's only P2B, just like Peter is coming. Peter won't eat, therefore he won't allow you to eat. If Peter had one, we play game, we play along. They simple. They will all allow him to get in, and everybody, at most they will switch party. Everybody becomes Labour Party, and then the business continues. But they know the character of the man. He won't do it, and he's not. This one, that man is he's being very stubborn. When he gets in, you will see it. You can't tell him, especially to spend money to come and pad budget, steal crude oil, steal petrol, crude oil, ports authority. When he tells that our port is bigger than Morocco, yet we are not even making 1/10 of what Morocco is making. He will reform it. He knows money will come from there. All those people eating money there, 4 refineries. He will tell you that you can't be managing director in a Warri refinery when you don't even refine one drop of oil. He will say, look, we dissolve it. So many things. He knows how to take money back. He doesn't want mismanagement. Nigeria may end up not borrowing any kobo when P2B entered. The one he enters, no more borrowing. And he will save a lot of money and tell you every month we are getting billions without even borrowing. Money is coming here, coming here. We change everything. They know it because that's why they are preventing. They don't want it. Not really because they know he will perform, but because of that, their business, he will cut it off and tell you people that are not paying tax. He will even make. Anyway, we all know him, what he could do, but we pray. He is for the masses, not that thing. All these things they are talking. Tinubu will be there. They will still be stealing crude oil because it's their gang. They are eating it. He won't stop it. It's only P2B that will stop it because he knows what is going on. After all, he made Nigerians to know that crude oil is being stolen. That was in July last year. He said they are stealing crude oil. People stealing it. He said it today. He said they are the government. He said it's not me. It's not you. Oil is not what you put like a chewing gum you put in your pocket. To steal it, you need a big ship. The Navy will be involved. The Army will be involved. The NMPC, they know because they have to lead you to the where you take the crude oil and then leave. He says the people in government. Government is stealing our crude. He said it openly. He didn't hide it, and nobody challenged him. They know. So we know what we are in for. That's why our prayer is that whatever happens in court, delay could, how do they say it? Something could come, but in the end, we win. So definitely Peter will enter because that is the person the people chose. So our choice will not be in vain. All this Agbado is just a placeholder for now. To me, I don't regard him. I don't, not it's even a shame that Nigeria will be ending up with somebody like Tinubu, a known the first drug baron to be president of any country in the world. The first, even otherwise, tell me a country where the president has been a drug baron before they allow him to enter. It's only in Nigeria. They are swearing in a criminal. You didn't finish, you did not finish 15% of Abuja. Nobody. It's not relevant. They didn't say anything about it. All of a sudden, they are giving him then delaying us. INEC said they conducted a free and fair election. Show us the result now they were announcing. They are refusing to bring it in court. The one they certified the CTC and gave to Labour Party, they tendered it and they are challenging it that they. So well anyway, I know that all these things are just cobwebs. They will all clear within some. They won't. No, Tinubu is shaking wherever they know that they will just be booted out. Let me see how the judges of the Supreme Court or whoever will admit this type of will upturn.
Oga
We leave.
CM,
Yes, please. We leave all
you
these
see,
things.
look, Oga CM, look, I am so confident that I'm not shaking anywhere. We are going to pass through this first stage. The stage that Nigeria need to be Nigeria to stand up like a tiger every section when they get to the Supreme Court. That is where the hope of Agbado is. Because in a 7-man panel, the 7 of them cannot go one way. It's not possible. Even 4 people cannot go one way. They would somebody will come up because all of them they've all been in the legal sector for over 30 years. Yes. And they know the consequences of what they are into. And when I mentioned that was last week, I said, when a substantial fact is brought and accepted,
yes,
and accepted. No, I'm just trying to explain. And accepted. And because as they accept it, that is what the other people have to debunk.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if you don't debunk it, the ruling will come from that substantial fact.
Yeah, we know.
That is it. So let us see what they're going to bring the argument next one, because the next one will determine if it's going to go or it's going to stay. That is it.
I hope it would. Anyway, well, the thing is, Niger Watch is saying they will be rounding up. I don't know who. Patricia Tabujumi. No, this is a new person, isn't it? Patricia. Black Panther, apart from me and you and Engineer Francis, who is Chris?
And there's one person on the engineer is there.
Niger. I'm not sure.
Niger is there. And one person we see.
Somebody is okay. Yeah.
Then Peter the Rock is there.
Who is
then
Patricia? The Patricia is the.
I think Patricia is there too.
I'm here. Good morning. I'm here. But
good evening.
I'm just listening. You guys can carry on.
Okay, Abi, good evening. I don't know where you for joining us from. Chris.
I said good morning.
Okay, you're already in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys can ride on. I'm just listening. Thank you.
Chris is not maybe Chris is in Aso Rock. I don't know. Maybe whether he's coming. So apart from Engineer Francis and Peter and me and I don't think Two Niger is like Two Niger must have taken a leave.
Two Niger don't sleep.
Yeah, you don't sleep by yourself.
Or you don't go another panel, the yarn there.
You don't even the dream. No, which panel they open by this time? Anyway, the thing is that as for me, self, I don't really. I think the issues, the topic, what we talked about today, the happening in the court and the fuel subsidy. I know this fuel subsidy will still carry on tomorrow until Labour goes on their strike, and then we follow it up again. But as far, or maybe there may be happenings or snippets, something like reports from different parts of the country on the hardship that this is doing. You see, that's why sometimes, now, when you tell people to vote for the right candidate, even if it's P2B that comes in that want to remove this, it won't be in this way. You could have, there's a way you allowed the petrol to be, you discuss, you can't just do it. Even this 500 is too much now. That is what people are saying. Say you put 15 naira on top, people might shout. He said, don't worry, gradually you will be doing something. And even now, even you see, that is where the integrity comes in, the honesty. P2B might be telling you that if they remove it every day, maybe it's also billion, and you will see where he'll be putting it. Okay, Francis, thank you. Continue.
Yeah, on that subject, remember P2B said it, only that he didn't explain it to the layman's terms.
Yeah.
That we are consuming more oil than we are consuming. What he meant by that is, let's say the the fuel we're consuming is 10 liters.
Yes.
The government will pass the documents to say that it's 20 liters,
Hmm.
so that they will now siphon that money to their special account. So that's what Peter was really referring to when he says that when he comes with the subsidy, that he's going to cut off that 50% and give
Yeah.
those people water to drink that
It's
they
true.
cannot be drinking fuel. Remember, he said something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, he said yes. I
But
remember him
most
saying.
people didn't understand that what he meant is that we are being billed twice
Mm,
the volume that we are consuming. So they have money coming in from there at all times. And unfortunately, I think on this subject of the judiciary, I hope you guys agree with me that we have only two branches. In fact, one branch and then maybe another support stand, the executive, because the legislative, they are like a rubber stamp for the executive. And the judiciary is not even a bulldog, not to talk of being toothless, because the judiciary doesn't have that thing that, for instance, the judiciary should be in charge of the police. They should be in charge of the DSS and all of those. They should be able
God
to
bless
tell,
you, sir. I've said this before. God bless you.
they should be able to say to those agents, arrest this Mr. President that you're guarding. And they will have that authority and power. That's the way it is here in the US. So I don't see why we are even parading as if we have a system when we know we don't.
exactly. No. It's only Peter, when Peter Obi comes, then we will start. Where I know why I'm saying it. Because you need somebody that is honest. It's not that removing, when they may tell you, oh, this will remove this first subsidy we've removed. Is it not 4 days now or this? Nigeria has gotten a saved up to this, but you won't see it. They will still steal the money. So it's only when an honest person is in power, tested, when he's telling you all this, and you will be seeing it, he'll be telling you this money is going there, this money is going there, this money, and it will be going because he's not interested in looting.
Let's be on top of them and let's see where this 520 billion naira from Buhari's budget that he just signed,
How
that
you
they have now taken. Let's see where that money is going. Because I bet you Tinubu has probably grabbed it and pushed it into one of his foreign accounts. But we will insist we will get that money back and we will see where it goes. I don't know why Labor Congress, NLC, is not hammering on the fact that NNPC coming to announce a price in June when what the budget has as law, because the budget that Buhari signed is the prevailing law. When that law has not been exhausted, you are now putting 540 naira. So that money that was, and you said that you have enough supplies. You didn't say there's a scarcity, and now you are jacking up the price. So what is that for? And where
you
is
know,
that 520 billion? Because when you calculate the 3.2 trillion that Buhari signed into this budget and he made provision for 6 months into this year, it comes out to 520 billion naira per month. And that is what Tinubu grabbed on the last day of last month, on the beginning of this month. So he has the full 520 billion right now sitting somewhere. We need to demand that money comes out and then let's see where they're going.
anyway, so please let's round up because I'm about going. Well, the thing is, this developing news, we'll all be on top of it, and then, but I feel Nigerians have been shortchanged unless Peter Obi comes in. Otherwise, I can never believe in honesty. Even if the only thing I can believe from this Tinubu was if they say good morning, I make sure it's 8 o'clock in the morning. That's all. That is what I could believe.
Now,
But
so
it's, yeah, because you see, the thing is, do you know that character makes a man? That's why they will tell you that man Peter will be at what age? He's not interested in kobo from the government. No, but Tinubu pocketed Lagos since 1999. Come out in 2007, formed Alpha Beta, and be the only person, the only state in Nigeria that is using consultancy to be collecting the revenue. The road started by Jakonde, finished by whoever was it that finished it. Tinubu came, did one small extension, and then put a toll gate on it. Who is collecting the toll gate? Lekki Concession Company. Who owns it? Tinubu. People will tell you there's a school of nursing at Awolowo Road in those days near NNPC. Where is the school now? No more school of nursing. The compound we are owned by Tinubu. Lagos State Polytechnic, their land near it. Tinubu took it over and used it to do PVC. I mean, television TVC. So many things. So that will tell you, this person has a mind of grabbing. Already, he didn't tell you his age. If you ask him, he will dodge. You didn't come for debate. Which primary school, secondary school, you didn't say. Because if he says primary school, people will calculate his age. If you tell me you attended also primary school, there was and what year, people will know. So everything is shrouded in secrecy. Now he's in Asoro. How do you expect such a person to be clean? How? And apart from drug, everything, all the whatever it is, compared to P2B, who is a very clean person, clean, at least by Nigerian standard. Who do you think will perform better? Now he's going there now. Before you know it, the daughter said he will be this. Everybody should. Have you ever seen P2B's children? Who has ever seen them? Have you ever, even in public, the wife is it not because of election? But Remi Tinubu is sitting with Kazim Shetima in a meeting, which is official. What is the wife doing there? Because he knows the husband is having dementia. He can't remember. So maybe she will take her own note when they go in there, compare. How sort of something is this? And you tell me you expecting salvation from such a person? Never. All these people you see clamoring for him, because they know he can't remember. Somebody, okay, didn't you see him during the campaign? If he's talking, somebody will be there behind him, reminding him what to say. Obi, import and export, container. Say, and brother, importer. Is that the type of? They will tell him. No, you will saw it now. I'm not making it up. People saw it. They will tell him what to say. Sometimes, if it was the day, it will be the turn of Ushimole, Adams Oshimole. Oshimole will stand next to him and be telling him, you saw the campaign, come and do debate with Obia, Tiku, Showore, and the others on the podium. He refused. He went to Chatham House in London, was asking questions. He said, hey, Rufai, answer that one. Dela Alake, answer it. What sort of nonsense is that? Now, such a person is in, and you are expecting salvation. To be honest with you, I'm only waiting for people. There's nothing I will believe. When Obi comes, they will find out that a leader is somebody who, when he's telling you something, is due. At least if you are not stealing money, forget, because their problem in Nigeria is that the leadership, when they go, they think of themselves how to steal money and build. Peter Obi has got no house, any part of where, for what? What is he doing with it? He said old man on 2 kids, 1 boy, 1 girl, that's all. And the wife. That's all he has. And they keep going. So this is a person that will help build your country. He has done it in Anambra, very transparent. Now bring Tinubu, a criminal like that, who has been practicing criminality all his life. No way now, no way. It's
Yeah.
not possible. So my brothers, I want to
All right.
check
Well,
out Black
good,
Panther.
good night, guys.
Good
no
night.
Jack Power. Wait, oh, now no
So
Jack Power go anywhere.
make me I talk, may I round up now.
Whether
Okay,
whether
all
I
of
don't
us
know if
must
you
Jack
want
back
to say
together.
10 days,
whether you go
Mr.
whether
CM.
you you know what is happening now. People are scrambling for job in Aso Rock.
Mr.
It's
CM. Can I
So
make
yes, some.
one or two sentences?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Where have you? Where have you? We called you before. We didn't.
Oh, I didn't hear. I didn't know.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
I was
really.
waiting patiently. Well,
Yeah.
since we are rounding up, I think, Mr. Cien, I think I would quickly like to, I don't know if it is correct or what. You said by Nigerian standard, Peter Obi is clean. By
Yes.
what standard? Any standard in
Okay.
the
No,
world.
I'm being
Peter Obi is
modest.
a,
At least. Yes, I'm
no,
being modest.
he's cleaner than the so-called Western politicians.
Well.
By every standard, Peter Obi is
Okay.
as clean.
Thank you.
It's as clean as a tabula rasa, the
Thank you.
mind of a child that's just newly born today. That's
Thank
how
you.
clean he is. Well,
Thank you.
having said that, I think the way Nigeria is structured, to be honest, in my own opinion, I don't even care whether Tinubu is coming to build 100 refinery or whatever. I don't care. I just want a leader that will come and make everybody have equal stake in the
Exactly.
country.
It's true.
It's not maybe somebody, even if Tinubu come, he tarred all the road in the country, build all the universities, as long as some people are not, everybody is not treated equally in the country. For me, I don't simply give a damn. And in
It's
my
true.
view, it's only Peter Obi that's going to do that, that is ready to do that, to give everybody equal stake in the country.
Yeah,
If
it's true.
that is not implemented, if the any leader we have now, we can clearly see that they are not ready for that. It's not just to come and you start building roads, doing whatever you want to do, whereas the fundamental human rights of some group of people are not protected. For me, I don't still think that is a system that will work. Like Black Panther has always been saying, we have to talk. We
Of
have to talk
course.
as a country. We are all equal. We have equal stake in the country. We are all one Nigeria. Anything short of that, then it's not going to work. So that you allow people go and they form their nations. That's how it will work. Nobody is more intelligent than the others. No Nigerian is more Nigerian than the
Than
other.
the other.
I don't care the number of roads or whatever Tinubu is coming to do. I just want a Nigeria where equal right reigns for everybody. Thank
It's
you. So
true.
that I don't take our time longer than this. Thank you
It's
very
true.
much.
It's true. So, do anybody still have something to say?
Let me just give my own last submission.
Okay. Okay.
Like we have been saying, I just want to say we all are doing what the needful.
Yeah.
Assuming we are there on the floor, we also, because of the desire, we also do contribute a little that we have inside of us because the passion to see a great nation is right inside of us. When it is established inside of us, then something will propel it to come out, like what Agbedo is doing, like God during this election. That is what propel it to come out. And I tell you, wherever Nigerian is, we should all have the same heart that we want to see a nation where we all come together and finally uphold one constitution that all of us participated in through our elected officer that will represent us in good faith. That is how to start with a nation. Other nations around the world have done it. Other countries, other kingdoms, they've all done it. And Nigeria should not be left side. But what we need first mostly is for Peter Obi, the Rock, to go through this rigorous, expensive, and
Needless.
needless procedure they are taking him through. Well, they
Yes.
are just making him stronger anyway, because I know that
It's
man,
true.
they are making him stronger, and he's a man that is convinced. A man that
It's
is
true.
convinced. There's nobody that can advise him to step down or say,
It's
"Na
true.
God, na him won't do am." Hell
No
no,
way.
he has
Uh,
answered that question. So then they can't
sorry,
bring that question again. So
sorry.
now we are all focused. We should be
30,
focused with him. Oh, go ahead.
just, just 30 seconds. Sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Black Panther, you've been repeating something repeatedly that people think Peter Obi, because of his appearance, that he's a gentle person. You've said repeatedly that he's a man with conviction. I don't
I
know
call
why
her
people
lion. Oh.
cannot see. Why people cannot see? Is it because the man just appear very simple? People
That
cannot. If you want to know if Peter Obi is a lion or not, go and listen to him in Chatham House. Just like you said, people don't look at his eyeballs. Listen to him in
Yeah,
Chatham House. Look at his eyeballs. You will be
that
scared.
is it. That is it.
All these people that are just moving up and down, thinking see, when once Peter B gets into power, you will
It's true.
see the lion in that man. Go
Exactly. You
and
will know. You will
listen
know
to
he's in charge. You will
Yes,
know
go and
that.
listen to him in Chatham House and look straight into his eyeballs. That was the first time I said, man, this man, I have to be afraid of this man. People
That
just
was
look
what.
at him and they think he's a pushover. Go and listen again to his speech in Chatham House and watch his eyes. Then you
That was
know
why.
the
In,
person we are potentially going to miss, but God will never allow it.
Amen.
in
It's
fact,
true.
growing up in Onitsha at that time, his nickname was Cool Lion. So you never get to see him angry or anything, but if you get on him and he turns on his lion on you, you will know that you are dealing with a cool lion. He's always cool, but he remains, absolute. Definitely, there's nothing, since he hasn't changed all these years till now, in his last minutes, there's no money that will change him.
He will
At
tell you.
all.
In fact, I'm waiting for when Peter will get in. If you ask him, he say, "Well, I didn't promise people I will make them happy. I promised to fix." He said, "Go and check my manifesto. Did I see me?" He said, "When I went to Anambra, I didn't promise anybody happiness. What I promised was to fix school, build roads, fix healthcare. That's what I'm doing. If you are
Well,
happy, good. If
if,
you don't,
if,
I didn't
if
promise that.
yeah,
So
if good schools mean happiness to you, then
good.
that's it.
If it doesn't mean good, I don't promise. By the way, if you want to feel happy, you go to Nollywood. Their job is to entertain and make you happy. Not me.
He's,
That man, that
he,
man
He
is a
said that is why they call him actor. So I've joined Nollywood to vote for me so that we can
eh,
both act.
you
So
can we can both act. It's
yes,
true.
so
It's true.
that is why I'm saying that we are doing the right thing. And what our elder just said, he said we should go after that money that he has just taken. Because it's true. What our elder just said is true. That man has just pocketed that billion.
Don't
That
worry.
is why you see the wife, the children, all of them are gathering themselves because
In fact,
they want to be part of it too.
in fact,
That
in
is
that
fact,
just it.
in
that's
fact, my
within his first 30 seconds or 30 minutes, because he was that right there making that stage. That's when he grabbed that 500 billion. So
okay, yeah. When
definitely they will finish us.
of course it will finish. You know the thing is that I let me repeat it again. Everybody, you see, a lot of people flocking to Tinubu. Nigerians, they know that the man, you may be there with him for 50 minutes. He wouldn't know that you are there. So all those type of people, tell me, can't, who, oh dear.
Anyway,
You
let's
see,
hope the judiciary uh, grows some testicular
okay,
fortitude
exactly.
to really stand up this time. Because when they stand up and Peter gets in, they will now be definitely super reinforced.
In fact,
Because
exactly. If they know, if the judiciary should, if they are really after themselves, if they really want judiciary to be, let them allow Peter to be enter.
yeah,
Peter
because
Peter will tell the judiciary, is that what you need? Make them comfortable and tell them that you must perform the way it should be. And then
yes,
they regain their respect. So that,
exactly.
because Peter is not going to come and force, this is my friend. I want him to be, no, no,
Oh
no. He won't,
no,
he won't
oh no.
even, all those type of things. He won't even talk to you. Anyway, they dare
You
not
can
even mention it.
you
Rather,
can
what
see
you
the
see in
man.
me.
He doesn't have any political accomplice. He's just there on his own. He served
Peter
in
Care.
PDP government. No close person like all of them go in gangs. He's just there
You,
because they can't. His kind of life is just an example. He's an exemplary man. So
Mhm,
that's why they are trying to stop the man.
mhm,
you know,
exactly.
I want all of us to go and look at what Ayo said about Peter.
Exactly.
You
Yes.
people go run, oh.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. That time
Fire
he
say
said,
yes.
that time he said, Okay, is he in that interview? Fayose
Yes,
said, in
in
fact,
TVC interview now.
he
TVC
said
interview.
he said
just what he
PDP is
said.
no more needed in Nigeria. Is it
The
not what
way
he said?
the way he was
No,
saying it,
no,
the way
no,
he
it's
was
true.
saying it, his
No,
It,
mannerism when he was
it
I'm
saying
not
was so
making it.
emphatical and very
Did
sure. It was so
did you
sure,
did you
100%.
did you hear me? What I said? I think he said it. He said no. He said PDP is no. He said PDP is no more needed in Nigeria. In fact, we don't need PDP. All of us, we are not needed anymore. Peter Obi, watch that man. Oh, it's true. They
um,
know now. They
Peter,
know.
be careful with that man. I know him very well. You know Fayose with all his mannerism.
Fayose, everything
He
he throws
said
it
if
on.
they repeat the election, Peter Obi will beat them and beat them and beat them again. He said it
It's
has
true.
changed. Oh, he has not stopped. Oh. He said it's going to continue. That man is going to continue. He said it all. Go and listen to it again. You laugh tire.
Peter said it now. Is it that's why sometimes the thing is in the mind of every Nigerian politician.
You know, say Ayofa
The,
said now Peter being himself be named too.
yeah, and know
Now,
that
Peter,
when in there he said I am I am Peter.
Peter the Rock,
Peter, Peter, what is it? Ayodele Fayose.
Fayose,
They they call me Peter the Rock
Peter the
Oshokomole.
Rock. Yeah.
If you follow me, you break yourself. If I
If I
follow
follow
you,
you,
I
I'll
I
break
crush
you.
you.
crush you.
I
Mm.
defeated I defeated two incumbents. That is his introduction. I defeated two incumbents. Fayoshe. It's true. Well, the thing is, sometimes, what is it called? How did I say? Charisma might not be achievement in politics or the way he handled it, but I feel that why Nigerian politicians are afraid of P2B because he doesn't play ball. That is just the real, nothing more. He just rub my back, I rub your back. He hasn't got time for that. Rather, he will block every opportunity to eat and tell you that
Mama Echo is
HO.
around though.
Yes, Mama HO.
Good, good
Probably
morning.
we leave the floor for you. You know, Americans they wake up now. Be then they are early.
No,
we
it's
we done there next day, but then still there yesterday, so you can see the difference. So
Augustine,
we they talk about fuel sus. I mean, this fuel subsidy and what happened in court today, in which the certified true copy of election result, which INEC gave to Labour Party, they tendered it in. Okay, you don't they laugh, you don't hear them. So Labour Party denied the thing.
She don't hear him now. She don't
you,
tire for
you
them.
don't. You don't.
anyway, before I go into that, Augustine, I want to do a project, and any person that is interested should indicate that you will join. And Augustine, I want you in that project. But any other person that wants to be part of it should indicate. The impunity of Buhari cannot just go like that. And I know I will not get justice for my children in Nigeria when it comes to the impunity of Buhari. So I'm putting some group together to work with me because I am the convener of Andamongo Charitable Organization in Nigeria and Andamongo Charity here in US. And as a civil organization, we have the obligation to fight this kind of impunity and injustice. So our goal is to take Buhari and his administration to the International Court of Criminal
ICC,
Justice.
International Criminal Court, yeah, ICC.
So I need you, CM. I'll drop my phone number, reach out to me. I'm creating a group so that we can put the puzzle together. We will be working with some of my children who are private investigators. So we have two areas to work from when it comes to finance. For them to give us thorough job, they need our support. So we'll be raising money for them to give us every evidence we may be needing. And we'll be needing money for the lawyers that will handle it. Too many impunity took place during Buhari administration. some that are directly obvious about the federal government. The killing of my children in Leke, the Operation Python dance in the east, the attempt to buy, which resulted to his escape, that resulted to their kidnapping him and the release of him, of which the federal government stand upon. MC Oluomo threat, which resulted to the massacre of a lot during the election. Tutu telling his people to go and do everything possible to give him power. Many other things will be put together by us, and we need to fight this. So I will drop my phone number. If you know you are interested in this, allow me, but please let me warn you. If you be the type when we start the dance, you go come because sabotage, don't join. I'm using this time to say, because if you try it, you just write your obituary. Because this is not.
What will constitute sabotage?
Yes, because some people will come in and gather information and begin to sell out. So if you try, because once I constitute this body, I will present every person before God. That anyone that try to sabotage, he should send it to any grave. So I'm damn serious here. So if you know you be that time, not just join, stay your lane, make we stay our lane. Because I know say, as we start, matter go out. There will be Ghana must go, they go they give people. So if you be that type, stay your lane, make we stay our lane. Because once I form this group, I go present that to Almighty God. Anyone when want waka kurukere to gather information, to begin they do wetin they not send her. Papa help us. Because now the person when they are alive, now they do nonsense. So send her to 6 feet for me. And they talk her now. Because all these things that happen, some people lost their life. Some women lost their only child. And they are bleeding. And as a woman, I know what it means. So please, I am begging. Because I dey talk my own now. I will say tomorrow, I go say, Mama, I should do this. So, so I don't drop my number. We get to. Not everything that they, now live on. I put us for where we did. So our great grandfather, they live on. Our grandfather, they live on. My papa too live on. When I go expect me make I live on this time, I know they live on. Impunity of Nigeria, they go address am one way or the other. And if they do yawa for that court case, we go add their list join here. We go add their list join here. I don't need crowd. I just need few committed people. Because when I hear from people like Louis Okonkwo, that there was a Nigeria where America, they come, they beg us to come to their school, that they come beg us to collect their visa.
Yeah, 19. That was 19. Let me tell you this story. Probably some of you know. After the war, 1970, Biafra Nigeria War, then by 1973, there was what they call Yom Kippur War, in which the Arabs attacked Israel and retaliated because what Israel did to them 1967. So that Yom Kippur War, in fact, it started 1972 Munich Olympics. They murdered Israeli athletes that went to Munich in Germany, then carried it over to 73. So after that, because they felt that America and the West, they support Israel. So the Arabs, where they control oil, all this from Saudi, all of them, Iran, Iraq, all of them, they did meeting that they won't be selling oil to the West just to punish them. So the alternative source of oil then was like Nigeria. So the Qatar regime came to Nigeria. Qatar visited America. Even when Obasanjo was military, 1970, 1978, he visited Nigeria to plead with Obasanjo. So that was when America, with romance, where they hear, started. I thought it was, it bloomed because Obasanjo gave them free access, was selling crude oil. Obasanjo said, despite being in OPEC, they don't care. They will sell to who they like. So that was when we saved America in terms of supply. Not be saying a free, but in terms of willing to sell, because all our other Arab countries have crude oil, but they don't want to sell. So because of that, America reciprocated and they took Nigeria. That's when they gave Nigeria the title, the giant of Africa. That was when it started. It was under Obasanjo and Carter, Jimmy Carter, like this, with Andrew Young, former mayor of Atlanta, who happens to be United Nations ambassador to UN. So the story you are telling is around that time. All these things. Yes, Nigeria was
So
a darling before.
because
Nigeria,
I will start, although I don't start, I be put out for corner, but now I won't start the series in my social media very soon once I put my house in order. I don't want us to be comparing us to federal, to other countries. Because with what I am hearing, that there was a Nigeria of old where life was more easier than what we are seeing.
no, not be lie.
Nigeria of old, where education was enjoyed by these same people that are making my children not to enjoy Nigeria. Nigeria of old, when they finish, go Obodo, go school, they go come back, they go give the pijo car. That was Nigeria of old. Nigeria of old, Ibadan was a place of choice where foreigner comes in. Nigeria of old. So how come the same people that enjoy Nigeria of old, you kill that history from me and my children, and my children does not ever know the words in Nigeria of old?
That one never be anything. Nigeria pay salary for Dubai now. You don't know before.
Can you imagine?
Made them go pay, just like pocket money they give. So made them go pay.
Mama, more watch the K word and the D word.
Okay, oh sorry, take care. Yeah, sorry.
No verse.
KILS. So Nigeria pay salary to Dubai now. Then
Can
they
you
come now,
imagine?
just like Big Brother. You
No,
know,
can you just imagine
no,
that?
listen, African Development Bank, the headquarters is in Ivory Coast. Nigeria virtually bankrolled it for a start. It's like you go, the money where you deposit for bank, and then they take the. Nigeria bankrolled it. Nigeria was a
Nigeria can
Nigeria,
become a
yes,
place
Nigeria
where
was a
children
lender.
cannot even go to
Listen,
primary school.
find out. Nigeria was a lender to IMF.
Jesus.
Guarantee. No, Nigeria had. That's what when Nigeria was Africa has come of age. Joe Garba, who is we help South Africa become decolonized. Now Nigeria stood up to say, look, this thing happened in South Africa must stop. 1975, during the time of Joe Garba as Minister for Foreign Affairs under Gowon.
And they pay the school fees of all those revolutionaries in South
Waiting
Africa.
now.
They
Later
pay everything.
Look,
we go host you and because I want you guys to come and tell me and my children Nigeria of old. That is the series I really want to hack up because so that we can understand how terrible we fall from glory to grass.
Listen. That one small. Mama hate you. The thing where go shock you is that Nigeria now made it that every university in Nigeria must make opening for South African students. ABU, Zara, Unilag, Uniben, Uni, OAU, and Soka. Yes, ask anybody. In the 70s, he said we have to train them because in South Africa, then they discriminate against black even to their universities. So Nigeria gave them say come and study, and Nigerian education was top range then. Come and study, then you go and defend yourself. That is a part. That one a small thing. Nigeria, senior advocate, Nigerian lawyers like say Ozeko, my Professor Mike Ozeko Molisa Abakoba, Uganda, Botswana, Kenya, they come borrow them, make them become judges. I'm not like I can give you name. At Timothy Akinola Agoda, he don't die now. Former Chief Justice of Ondo State and former High Court in Western Nigeria, Ibadan. He was Chief Justice of Botswana. Akiola Agoda. Akiola Agoda. No, it's true. Go ahead. He was Chief Justice of Botswana, Chief Justice. Then there's one at
You are right.
Cholono.
Confirm. You are right.
Yes, there's one at Cholono. That one for Uganda Ingo. Egbert Ududoma, former Justice of Supreme Court, was the Chief
Hey,
Justice.
my
Chief
children
Justice.
need to hear this, so
No,
that their
no.
head go correct and stop
He did.
worshiping these evil people.
No. He did. Me, they tell you this in Justice Egbert Ududoma. That's why Ududoma missing. Because in Supreme Court, as a person they retire, you go they come out later, you go become Chief Justice. Ududoma was away to either I think to Uganda. He was their Chief Justice in Uganda. There's one that was in Namibia. All of every African, they can't say give us. They can't borrow manpower from Nigeria. And these are not be some of them are senior lawyers. So ask anybody. They will tell you. Even me, when I be lawyer, I sabi all this thing. They will tell you. Nigeria in those days that's why they call us the giant of Africa. Everything there. Not be we teach Malawi. Not be we teach Malaysia. Now for Benin, they can't take oil palm produce, go plant. Even when they came, because Idikakalo, who is an economist with World Bank, 1970s, Malaysia was like a basket case. So they posted Idikakalo as a country economist to they give people advice where your region. He told Malaysia, said, you people can farm. That your weather is like southern Nigeria, southeast Calabar or Edo, all these things. He said, where all these palm tree is growing widely. You can start with that. Now then come, because the research center is in Benin. Before you reach Uniben on your way going, if you are coming from Ore to Benin, by the left, Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research. It was there they went to.
Nigerian and I was even hearing history that if at all you want to for those who want to even claim Lagos, that if there is any person to even claim Lagos at the Benin.
Yes, of course. No, that is a history. That is a Echo is an Benin and not be.
Jesus Christ.
So this NIFO, Nigerian Institute for Palm Research, where they Benin, those Malaysians came because the Kakale tell them they come now. We teach them. So they say if you put them for seedling, you go be in the nursery. Later you carry and transplant, you go grow. Today, I for show you the palm oil where would they eat for UK. From Malaysia.
Then Malaysia.
Is the world
student don't collect knowledge, can't take at the boom.
No,
then we might be teacher. Hey.
Not be say boom. No, this happen. All these things. When we talk and people go say, are you sure? In those days in Facebook, if you are careful, you go see somebody go post Lagos to New York. Their flight, Nigerian Airways now, leave Lagos around midnight, get to New York before breakfast. How much? Maybe 100 and something naira, 115 naira return.
What?
You know, when I first
my uncle went to London, 115 naira now.
When I first came to the US,
yes,
they will allow you this basic travel allowance, which you go and buy the dollars from your bank.
Yes.
My 1,000 naira basic travel allowance was able to buy me $2,114.
What?
Yes. 1,000 naira.
When my uncle finished PhD in New York, came back 1979. He said when they came back, if you bring $1,800, they give you 1,000 naira.
Yeah, that's even cheaper. It's going high.
That's what he tell me. He said in those days when they were coming, so they said instead of this one where you go say make you work carry money come, they were saying that time you go there US with PhD, you go there apply for College of Education.
Work for Nigeria.
Yes, now
that's
if
true.
you get
That's
college,
true.
you know what in the College of Education, NCE, to go and be lecturer there, university. because NCE, even if you dey teach for NCE and you dey teach for university, the salary no too different because na PhD. He said then, now na for college of education Oka in those days, na in teach for Anambra. He just come. He said $1,800 over the counter in the bank. They cash you 1,000 naira. Make you
Exactly.
go. Now the equivalent.
That time, in fact, it's stamped only that I lost that my old passport. But because at the back of it, they will stamp to show that you've bought your basic travel allowance
Yes,
for
now.
that year.
No.
I
You see, if I tell you in every field, Nigeria, Nigeria, they issue teachers to African. I mean, then they come borrow, say, give us. We like this manpower. We give them. You
that
go and help them and set up. So many universities in Africa. We
Ghanaians
are
that
were
is
coming
what
into
we
Nigeria
need
so
to
now
many
get
for work,
so
for jobs.
yes,
young
so many
this
universities in Africa were
this
set up by
generation.
were set up by Nigerians, and people go ask you, say if you go University of Ibadan, all those in Soka Benin in the 70s, some of their students they take a year out. Say if you dey do sociology for US, you want to do your third year in outside America, they say you can go to Nigeria. University of Ibadan, come there, do and 1 year, you go back. Their lecturers they take sabbatical from US, come Nigeria, come do sabbatical. Lecturers, American universities. People go tell you say
Mhm.
they encounter Americans in the class because things,
So
you know,
that's what we need to get
you know,
into this young generation because
understand.
if
If you read about this, you go just marvel, shake head.
if this generation keep on this trajectory of accepting the likes of Tinubu and
uh
normalizing it, then
Exactly.
we are lost for good. So we need to instill in them what Nigeria used to be and what Nigeria can be. So they will now start looking at the real Nigeria because looking at this Nigeria that Tinubu is trying to forge is going to be dangerous.
It's going to be
And
dangerous.
Well, that
And
was why when I heard the history, I just said, you know what?
uh,
I need to come out and do something on this. My children needs to know Nigeria of old. Because
yeah,
if we must change their mindset towards 2027 election, we need to give them all this history that have been buried so that they will wake up and know that, look, we can't continue the people who to support the people who enjoy Nigeria of old that does not want us to enjoy Nigeria of today.
Nigeria.
Because we need, instead of us comparing ourselves to Singapore, comparing ourselves to US, let's compare ourselves to ourselves. There was a better Nigeria.
It's true.
A Nigeria that
exactly. And that
the
means it was
naira was
tougher.
bigger and better than pounds, euro, and dollar. So
Do,
how
do,
come?
do you know when we are growing up, when we call Lagos on holiday, do you know the promise when they get us?
Please, I need to
If
answer somebody. Being as Peterson, I sent to you my Facebook handle. Send me a message. I don't want to put my phone number out there because I'm looking for quality people, not quantity, to help me drive this message and also to fight these monsters.
so
So reach out to me on my on my
so
Facebook handle, then I will
so
answer you.
so do you know in those days when we come holiday, my parents stayed at Ajegule. Do you know the promise? If you they clean house, they do tidy yard, everything. Do you know what they go promise you? Say they go take you go Kingsway where they do hot meat pie, hot meat pie. Ah, just you go enter bus, cross a water side for Jegule, then bus go carry you. You go they see different European quarter.
But
Better they
what happened to all this? What happened to this?
Kingsway.
if you ask me who I go ask, look at
Eh,
so so when they reach there, meat pie dey for showcase, like supermarket you go, but because those ones where they go dey queue like small, like go enter back for hot meat pie. When they bring it, so you go the hot, you go say hot meat pie.
That was Nigeria of old.
Hot meat pie. That's so you could just hold on with a bottle of Fanta. Way cool, you know, Fanta orange.
Actually, we have
with Fanta orange.
we have to figure out a way to strengthen the judiciary, because that's our only.
So there was a time our judiciary, a whole country, will come and hire them to become their chief justice.
Look, because of this thing.
Maybe we need this story for this young lawyer that are really going after money back.
Maybe I will try, because these ones I mentioned now, Akinola Agoda and the Cholon and the Udu Doma, there are many of them. If I
I will be hosting all of you.
If I research,
I will start next week. Since what is his name?
If I research,
Udo is Saturday. I will respect his Saturday, but Fridays I want to put us on Friday so that we can use it to host. Let us begin to get this history out. My children need to know so that they will understand that they need to fight to reclaim back their country, because there was a Nigeria of old that was better than what we are having. And even the lawyers, they need to also know, this young lawyer, they need to know this history. So that it's sick in their head that there was a time countries, African countries will come and hire us to come and, oh God.
No, it's that one. Say Nigeria go help now. Why lecturers they go help set up teach now, and then go come borrow them. You know what you mean in those days? Say Nigeria. Now you mention then money day. Nigeria help Dubai pay monthly salary. Say,
hey, God.
Money day, money they flow like in Nyafu. Only say the corruption, they never open eye to they steal money that they will. So they use that. No, it's true. When we host First Tax 77, invite the whole black world. They come here, we entertain them for how many weeks? That's why they build First Tax.
That's true. That's true.
Build them, entertain them with music, arts and culture, host them. Money day, and they gave Nigeria respect. In those days, that was Nigeria. That's why black people in America, they regard Nigeria as a second home. And with Obasanjo's, this thing with Jimmy Carter, that crude oil diplomacy, that seal everything. America can hold us, and people begin troop to US to study, because then it was cheaper. 1,000 naira is higher than, it's almost $2,000. So when you go, even in those days, if you go America, if you no go top school, to get admission to Uniben, Ibadan, Soka, all this is easy. You know, easy now. And when you finish, they finish, because my uncle, though it's late now, he said in those days, when you go there for a year, saying he study pharmacy for Ife. He said the thing is,
that's right. When we put all this together, I want to see how we can restore those old school to their glory.
He said when they go school,
it's just sad.
When in the pharmacy for Ife, he said your problem be say, did you remember to bring out your pillowcase and bed sheet? As they close your door, leave it in front of your door. As you are coming back, iron bed sheet and pillowcase, don't they wait for you for your door? You just pick and straight, and then every Sunday, one whole chicken to 2 people. Now go tear them, one chicken.
Where be that?
If Nigerian universities now, if Nsoka, anywhere, fruit of the season, when you eat, and then tina like water, go open tap, you put on like this, take spoon, take sugar, put as your cubes as you want, stir it. That one a dessert after you don't eat. Fruit.
That was Nigeria.
Mama Echo is right too, because even my Professor Anusim, professor of chemistry, he's the one that wrote the book on chemistry, which all Nigerian universities use it now. He told us when he was, he was the one that wrote it, all West Africa, all throughout West Africa. Professor Anusim, go and check him online. You see him. He said we are suffering, that during that time, they don't have to wash anything. They'll just bring it and drop it beside their door. Somebody will pick it. They'll go to where they eat their food, already know the food. They'll just go there, pick it, and start eating. Chicken, everything. He said we are living in a junkyard. He told us junkyard. So
If
they
my
moved this.
children hear this word, their head go correct by force. Oh. Because they need to hear so that 2027 they no go, no person go talk to them to do nonsense again. It
Oh,
won't
yeah.
happen.
In Nigeria, there was a time when being a professor is really being a professor. Not today, where being a professor means you are a crony, part of the cabal.
Do you know?
Go and steal election.
Do you know? To go
So
abroad.
what about our, because now we now have a sector, a rank in the military that now become politician. What was the military of old?
Discipline there now. Discipline. You know, our military, it's like they send them on foreign mission to go and do something. They come back. You know what it means to say go to Nigeria and get their military to come and help. Nigeria was like, if you need, you come. Nigeria was a big, because we have they know other African countries look upon Nigeria like
Even the early one, Liberia. Nigeria bankroll it now. Bankroll everything.
Liberia na because of war. Liberia own different. Not be 1980s. These are 70s. After immediately we finish civil war, they come down. The war realized Nigeria. That all you boom and they everywhere. Simple
So
Nigeria.
at what point did this Nigeria start to decay? And who is that person?
Now when you want to put me for trouble? I don't know. But me, I'm gonna tell you.
Some people told me say na Babangida.
I know.
So if na I go ask some question. Because it is better you tell us some truth we don't know, so that we will know what to do to repair it. There is no point of continue to wait till they don't call their name. When they spoil it, they don't know say na the thing wey go cause be this.
You know, there was
Because
somebody...
my quarry suffer, point one finger to Babangida, then the other finger to Obasanjo. Because when the Babangida square, Obasanjo has the opportunity to repair, but he didn't focus on repairing. That is why he wanted 10. And he now realized it after 2 terms has passed. He now wanted 10 to do the repair, and they refused it.
You know, there was one of them in the military that really proposed something that we didn't pay close attention to. Do you guys remember Idiabo?
Okay.
Yes.
Deputy to Buhari. Yeah.
Remember when he said that what he thinks Nigeria should do is to buy all of his generation and let the younger generation handle the country.
In fact, do you know?
Yeah, General Disa of Kwara State said it.
Before going abroad wasn't too uppermost in my mind. I'm somebody who said if I finish, I feed there Nigeria the lecture from, because I saw, in those days. Until when I had to work for, where was it in Sulere? One woman, if you see the heat, despite air condition, the place, so, but the two, because of light, they come put generator. They switch off this thing, put generator, come put fan, because if you put generator, you go put air condition again. They put standing fan. My body be like person where they pour cold water. I dey sweat, fold my long sleeve, lose my tie. They do the work while they do. One lady enter. They look for my oga. My oga is one Mr. Nahuru from Eastern Uromi man, Ishan. So this Nahuru. So when he come in, he say, where is Nahuru? I say, be like saying there, so I just point. Now he look me, he say, where are you coming from? I say, what? I said, I didn't go anywhere. He said, we are all sweating. Is it with all this fan blowing? I said, this place is hot. Do you mind? Know what in talk? Later, I can't see me again. He said, he said, you young boys are really suffering. If I'm still your age, I will just find my way to abroad. Though I went, I studied at University of Liverpool, but now it's only my children that are in England. Me, they just leave me here. When they have holiday, they send me ticket, I go. When this woman said this, do you know that day, the thing pained me. He said, if I'm still at this age, I can't be here. Or they said, the young boy, because they started telling us, they said in those days, if you are graduating, just like, not this one applies to everywhere. You know, go, even Pat Otomi said it. The moment you finish your exam, In fact, even before the timetable came out, you don't book your flight.
To go back home.
Final year. The moment you finish,
Yep.
even if na masters or PhD or maybe bachelors, it says like PhD. The moment you submit or you finish, now your lecturers, because in those days this mail they come, you don't put address forwarding where then go take post your certificate. You don't they go, because when you come now, when you want come early, because so that you go select job, because now you a graduate, you know, be like before. So job day. So when you are just coming back, you go just day one day for office, your letter go just fia sealed. Say go and collect it. Say something waiting for you at the post, or when you go now your university degree. So if you like, you can come back next year and graduate. If you don't like, you don't stay. So Pat Tommy say in those days, that is what they do. So when this lady said all these things, when I went on that day, the thing pained me. So I say, so now suffer, they suffer here. He said, if I'm this age, I can't be in this country. That was when I started dreaming, and I left. It's true. To be honest, it's true. It's true. Nigeria. Can you imagine American professors from Harvard coming to do sabbatical 1 year
in Nigeria?
It happened now. Ask anybody. I'm not laughing it. They were taught by okay. There's one man they deported in ABU then called Dr. Patrick Wilmot. We read about it. He's a Jamaican lecturer. I don't know where he came from.
They deported from Nigeria.
They deported because the guy came now. He was really that kind all these Marxist people West. So and that ABU they one kind of religiously guarded. So he gets so many things where they open mouth too much.
They deported him from Nigeria.
I tell you the name, Dr. Patrick Wilmot. I think in sociology department or history, they just remove him. You know, Nigeria in those days, Nigerian prof, you know what it means to get into Nigeria was good. In fact, if they tell you the life they live, students, every Sunday you must eat chicken. Every Sunday, 2 students to 1 chicken. 1 whole chicken, they tear it. Wash your this thing. They have the washing machine now. Washing machine.
Washing machine in Nigeria?
Yes, for laundry. Not be hand. Not be for this thing, for laundry. Ask. Say you just finish, as you they go, as you they leave your this thing, you they come out for morning. Just take your bed sheet and pillowcase. If it's dirty,
so there was a Nigeria like this, and they defrauded up to this point. So tell me and my children, we not even understand. Say there was a Nigeria, Nigeria that was envious of the world.
Can I cut in?
Yeah.
Please do.
Madam, Mama Hecho, good evening.
Good evening.
I just listen to you since I did laugh. If you listen to Pat Utomi, you shed tears for Nigeria. He said those days when they go to the UK and US to study, those people, they beg Nigerians to drop our passports so that they can give us their own passports.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Hey.
People I know this one.
That the same passport now.
Yes.
When we present it for airport, they go strap my children naked.
Yes. Even my uncle friend, he tell me with his mouth. He said when they finished school then in the 80s, that all they just need to do is to get money and buy tickets and go to anywhere in the world. In short, the one of UK, because we were asking before that where did all these things got to this stage we are in now, Buhari are part of them. Because Nigeria was visa free to UK. Now when Buhari go one kidnap Umaru Diku from UK, when he put them for ship, he want kidnap and come. That was when they stopped allowing us to travel to UK without a visa. It was part of the punishment.
Yes, it's true, yes.
It was
so we were going to UK without a visa.
Yes. It was part of it was part of the sanction.
That was 1984, the thing changed.
Yes, 83, 84. So these same people that destroyed the country, they are still the same people that are still destroying the
All
country.
the leaders when they put us into this,
Yes.
will they come for now? Because this breaks somebody's heart.
But Utomi said they begged them in the UK, then in the US, please drop your passports and take our, like the one CN was talking about. I saw a man, an elderly man, that told me those days in the university, once you get admission, all your clothes, everything, they take them every morning. You get fresh supplies of clothes. They iron your
Hey
clothes,
God,
everything. They give you meal tickets.
19,
what?
19, 19, either 1978. Somebody from my first extended family of us, he tell me saying do a hernia operation for loot. He said every morning, the nurses they come tap and say, before your breakfast, have you taken your bath? I said no. He said the shower where then they use, every ward, then they build one at the end or two or three.
Hmm.
He said as in they go shower, nurses don't come remove the bed sheet where it takes sleep for that. Now for loot,
Hmm.
remove them, put new one, come
New
put
one, yeah.
brand new clothes where you go wear on
Yeah.
top. Before you know, and then they push. Sometimes now fried egg go with bread
Chicken.
and milk, and then
Now the
cornflakes.
same youth, people they sleep for outside for floor.
See,
Hey,
listen now. He said then go push and like this. They come. That one now, what you go say, hey, this is easy with a flask, hot water. So now for you. So you go make your Bonvita with so Chris, so with your fried egg, bread, cornflakes, and then fruit, something like any fruit, maybe in a mango. Then go put knife, make you peel them. When you don't eat and finish, newspaper day, where you go they read. As you they read newspaper, you go feel sleep. Afternoon, then come wake you up again for your lunch, maybe in a hot jollof rice and some chicken. Look at for loot.
so
Ah,
the people when enjoy this Nigeria weather they hear, now they become thorns in the flesh of me and my children. One I don't want make my children ever know say, this is
you see,
painful.
here. Then the one where go shock you will be say, in those days, there's a book they call Reader's Digest. Then they publish it in UK or very small this thing. They said in those days, as all these bookshop there for UK, now so it there for Nigeria, just like that. The name, if na Waterstone or Kingsway, everything there. So when you want anyone, where you want buy here, because that time if they post letter, nothing they happen to letter. Then go say make you know what, make you put your Nigerian naira inside the envelope with your order, send to them. Then go cash them here, send your book to you. Nigerian naira, say make you put them inside, no worry. Look at. Then here in the UK, if you go to their shops, you go see where they say we buy, we sell. Then go say we buy dollar this rate, we sell this rate. We like traveling shops. We buy euro, we say we buy South African rand. The day now they put them. They say in those days Nigerian naira they there among. We buy naira, we sell.
Hey God.
Yeah, ask,
Oh
ask,
myself.
just ask anybody where attend university in the 70s or early 80s. In fact, they know all these stories because I read about it. I have a lot of people that in my area that they will tell
That's
you this. They will tell you all these things we are doing now, no be university. Say during their own time.
that's
Hmm,
true.
it's true.
Well,
All these our people and seniors, now do us battle.
Mhm.
There was a Nigeria like this, and on our very eyes,
Mhm.
Nigeria is a mess. My children doesn't even have access to these stories. They don't have access to this history.
Mhm. It's true.
And
I
when they
believe
want
you.
compare themselves, they compare themselves to America. America, wait,
mm,
No, America was.
we go start
See,
this series so that all
it's
this
true.
knowledge,
It's
information, history needs to be taught.
It's true. So when you read about it, Akiola Agoda, I'm sure. I think there are many of them. Akiola Agoda of
So
Enugu
that
State.
even the lawyers say, may they even see their history. That una
Exactly.
they go represent very well for
Africa.
Africa country.
No, Akiola Agoda no be say may he go be lawyer, may he go be chief justice.
Now they talk now.
Chief
Then they
justice of
hire that to become chief justice of
justice
another country.
of
That is how
Botswana.
prestigious
Yes.
you are. And all of a sudden,
Do you know how it dey happen? When any country in Africa need like all those lawyer justice, you write International Court of Justice, then go say go to Nigeria, they recommend go and ask Nigeria to release one of their. As Chief Justice, you go help to build the judiciary because you are the last man, Chief Justice. So you go help because if you are there for 5-6 years, after that you come back.
I beg, freedom simple. If you don't need that, go and sleep. Not be people like you. Now my children they talk. So if you don't want belong to those class, go and sleep. I be your wife no want make you sleep. When you dey write for them, Biafra, you think so? This will not matter. If it don't matter to you, go and sleep, oh. Because you be one of those children when need to know the truth.
It's true.
Mama Rachel,
Because when I even find out, say, we were living peacefully with the Hausa, no trouble, until these useless, colorful and people enter into us.
Mama Rachel,
when you hear all this, you begin to say, what?
Oma hate because we are there. Just sometimes the
Mama
language because
just
of
leave
banning.
them alone. Some people think say this matter. They don't know where Nigeria they go. They think say this thing are Igbo people problem.
It's true. The things is true. Do you know that?
They laugh.
do you know that? How were this? Because they remember in those days, they said Nigeria. Okay, let me just tell you this one. Guinness. This stout wedding they drink for Nigeria.
You might not want to be Nigeria. Go back your family, follow you, go wherever you do. Because this Nigeria one at the time, I don't want to be. This your referendum. You know what get her through war because the people ain't do war. They don't say it's not easy. Until we get better person up the way go sit down to say make we write a new constitution when you put the word referendum. Then we'll come sit down, talk about the referendum, those who want state and those until we get that opportunity. This your so-called Samaekpa referendum when they take collect money from una, when they not they give account, it go continue. Una be ATM now, I don't know. All of that, make una tell us Samaekpa, make it publish the money when they don't come to, when they collect, how they spend that. Because when he reach my picture of my election, we're not going to talk make it call they publish how he spend their money when they call it during election. We're not going to bother not to ask Samuel Ekpa to publish what he has been collecting and how he has been spending it. Now they Biafra. Make it a match break for me, oh.
What there is this thing they used to say in those days. What was it? About Nigeria, because so many, let me just say it, in terms of education, Nigeria helped to set up so many African countries. So many.
It's so sad.
So many, because that time then they say come to Nigeria. In fact, so many, some African lecturers, instead of going abroad, they come Nigeria, go get masters and PhD, can't go back.
I mean, we're freedom. So your mentality now, on the shy rich. You never see anything with that. People like you now, local champion, now you be. We talk from where we don't understand life reach. You then local champion, so now your life reach. You need to travel. Maybe we need to gather you to travel so that, because traveling is part of learning. People like you need to travel to see the other side of the world. Then you go know what they talk.
Well, yes, Akiola Agoda. I think there are others. So many. Then there is this. What was it they said when Nigeria pumped money into South Africa? Do you know that Mandela, when he came out, when he was talking about Nigeria, he said no country helped them more than Nigeria.
Oh no.
Nelson Mandela, because of Zeke. When Mandela went to prison in 1963, I believe. That's why they say 27 years. They released in 1990, 1963. By 1962-61, Mandela there in Nigeria, Zeke knew, said then go kill him, make him hide him. when he came to Lagos, because of intelligence, Zik carry and give Mbazulika Amwechi na my Anambra one rural village na there Mandela Day. That man where the Mbazulika Amwechi, first minister of aviation, said in the morning he and Mandela they go stream, he go the show and village, then go get palm wine.
Mandela came to Nigeria.
Mandela stayed in there. Look, if you know Lagos, there's a place in Sulere. If you know National Stadium in Sulere, there's a road almost opposite. They call them Alaji Masha Road. As we follow and they go inside the category of Sulere, there's a street they call Madoagu Moronu Street. Now there, that minister was living. So now there he hide Mandela. But Ziki call and say, he have the feeling, say, British intelligence go don enter Nigeria, they look for Mandela. Make him carry and go like, in those days in the 60s, now you can imagine East Side village. Onisha self no be that big city. So he carry and go keep him for him mama village. If say in the morning, but Mandela is a real freedom fighter. When he did there for some weeks or months, later they come from South Africa. They from there write all those Tabombeki, they send them letter, made them they continue the struggle. But in they hear, when in tune radio, they hear what in the happen. He call them Bazulike, say, look, as a freedom fighter, I can't be here. I know they will say, but I need to go, even if it's whatever it is. They warn him. Immediately I arrive, now they catch
arrested him.
From there, they enter prison. When Mandela, you see, now, when Mandela was released, 1990, all this way they talk, they say the country that really put resources to help them, say Africa and Nigeria. He said, but within the pen and be saying Nigeria is going down. Their leaders think that when they get into power, they are helping themselves, thinking that is what the people want. Mono Mandela said it. I've had his book. I read them. I read everything when he talk. He said Nigeria is number one that helped, and Nigeria really do. Nigeria put money, even to sponsor Gorilla, all this ANC, this thing. Nigeria put money to help them, sponsor them, then bring their students to come and study free of charge, give them food, everything free. Every university must make an allowance for.
And yes, South Africa, they fight against Nigeria that help them.
They don't know now. That is the thing now. They don't.
That is the more reason we need to tell these stories.
You see, so then do this
and South Africans are seeing Nigeria as their problem.
As a rival, but we know be now.
As a rival, and they are fighting, burning their shops.
We help to decolonize South Africa. Nigeria play. In fact, don't be say anybody. Just tell them Mandela acknowledged. Nigeria visited Nigeria, and immediately he came out of prison. The first place he visited, I think he went to Downing Street. Britain hosted. He came back. He came to Nigeria. He visited Nigeria to come and thank. In fact, ask anybody. When Mandela was in prison, Radio Nigeria in Lagos used to give a broadcast or something like an announcement. Say, if you have 3 shoes, remember those your brothers in South Africa. This is their former president, Thabo Mbeki. Was it Thabo Mbeki who took over from Mandela? Is it not Thabo Mbeki? I think it is. Thabo Mbeki, who took over for Nigeria, was the ANC representative in Lagos, in Ikoyi, somewhere in Ikoyi, where in office there. If you get anything, go and donate. They are taking to our brothers in South Africa. Ask anybody. It's a common something in Nigeria. Thabo Mbeki was the representative, ANC in South Africa. He representing them in Lagos, their office. All the contribution, if you have shirt, if you have shoe, anything you want, make you go donate. Then go carry them, like saying a refugee, took to South Africa. I'm not lying. All these things are verified. Ask anybody. Ask. It's clean. Nigeria placed resources, helped to liberate South Africa and the Angola, these 2 countries, and Namibia, when they call them SWAPO, South West African People's Organization. That is Namibia, where the capital is Windhoek. Sam Nujoma came to Lagos, also stayed in Lagos, because Nigeria is just like the big brother, sheltering them, giving them this. Nigeria has money now, get intellect, anything you want. Nigeria get talent, so they push them. But all those countries, Namibia is better than us now. Angola is better than us. South Africa is a big brother now in Africa. We know reach them. So you see, there's nothing bad government cannot do and mismanagement.
Well, the truth is, by the grace of God, And knowing fully well that my children are very smart and intelligent, they are hardworking, they have resilient personality. With the resources available to us, we will reclaim back Nigeria. We will rebuild a new Nigeria. In my lifetime, in your lifetime. So let us.
It's true.
So when
It's
people
true.
talk say it not go better as if they be God. If we are determined and we work together, once we
My
get our
friend,
mandate back, the journey of rebuilding has
is that
started.
no that he started? I'm telling you. No, do you know why?
So
If this mandate, Peter Obi reclaims his mandate, you don't need to persuade anybody. No, look, you go see say na small because everybody will be willing. You go see the happiness. People say, look, now yet thought because the man is there, is not interested in stealing money to go and start building like a Kuremadu here and there all over the world. Peter Beast. So waiting, that is the first thing. When a leader is not interested in stealing the money of the people, that means that association go move now. Because you are not interested. What you want is to use it to work for the people. So how can you realize money from crude oil sales? Then you don't know where the money is. You say you put them here, put them there, put them there, the money don't vanish. No, it can't work now. It's not done that way. So that is exactly that
freedom,
that is
freedom simple. I think the lesson you have heard this night should give you to make you put your thinking cap on. Not this you are at organizing a chart you are doing. Did you understand? What you are hearing should make you put your thinking cap on to know that if there was a place in Nigeria of that nature, then we should begin to put our thinking cap. Because even though you get your Biafra you are looking for, if you don't put this your thinking cap, you are going to still mess up Biafra. Because even the Biafra you are shouting, not everybody in the East are supporting it. So that is the biggest problem you will need to solve. When you have a so-called prime minister in exile that is collecting money from you people and is not accountable, giving you account, is that the kind of person you want to become a prime minister? Now they look for. You people, if you want to get Biafra, go and make a demand of accountability from Samuel Ekpa of all the money that is coming out. Let him publish it so that you will know how he's spending it. That is accountability. So you don't sit down there and begin to talk waiting.
Nigeria,
If I say,
Nigeria was.
Can I come
Do
in?
you know? Okay. Oh, my friend. Okay, you see. Thank you. We thought.
Mama Hetro, I understand everything where you dey talk, but personally for me, I don't get anything at all against Biafra. If anything, now Biafra even make this government not prepare us more than do so. Because if you see the way waiting they don't do to Nnamdi Kanu, it's very clear. Say they know that the man has a message. You understand? It's not the Biafra itself, it's not the concept that's the problem. Because today, even in the UK, the Scottish people, then still they talk, say, if you not treat us well, we go come out. Even for US, where you did, so the people from Texas, then still they, once in a while, some states, now I make every time the US president will ask, what is the state of the union? They'll say, oh, the state of the union is strong. It means we are all together. So now some of the questions that we're supposed to ask ourselves be that for Nigeria once in a while, north, east, south, and west. What is the state of the bond, the state of the thing that's bonding us together? At least it has to be strong at every point in time. You see, the concept itself, Biafra, not against it at all. But the methodology, with some people they are use, we understand that is different. We must also make a clear distinction between Ekpa, the guy in Finland, Simon Ekpa, and the way Nnamdi Kanu is going about it. And maybe we not still forget, say this whole Biafra, Nigerian government don't infiltrate them, give them bad name, unknown gunmen in the east, blah 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 blah. Why have they been naming these people unknown gunmen for how many years now? Why can't the government discover who those people are? So now I just be my own for this Biafra thing. I just believe say it's not really
Chris,
too okay to use one canopy,
Chris, you
tie
are right.
everybody together. I believe in the concept where every time I always
Chris,
say it. So
Chris,
that's
you
just
are
my
right.
own. Mm.
But the truth is this: if we really want to be fair to ourselves, and if we want to be sincere to ourselves, what are they really fighting for? Injustice, unfairness, impunity.
Okay,
Yes or
Mama,
no?
Mama hate you before you go for that. That person where
Is
they
that
reply,
wait, wait
that
first?
person where they reply you for chat
I
or
know the
waiting.
answer I'm again
No,
because
no, I'm coming. Let me ask you a question. You know whether it be Biafra or not, or just anybody answer name. You know that is the mistake people are making. You know, I fit answer one fake name, go to attack P2B, then go say na Agbado people. You know I can do that. Go Facebook, answer one name,
Exactly.
take and they
Exactly.
fire P2B. People go say, ah, you see, that's why you know, but you know no say na me. Or somebody wey go be anything, go dey fire Tinubu. If he be Yoruba, go dey fire Tinubu with fake name where you go put like say na middle belt and come from on north or na Ijo, you no go know. So anything that kind social media something, just look at like that.
the thing
If
is this: any person that you cannot show your face
yeah, that is
and
the
you
thing.
cannot show your name
Mhm,
and you there behind keyboard data, you are a coward.
that is the thing.
That is who you are. We are
so
talking something reasonable.
so
We are having history. I don't know. And I know a lot of the younger generation don't know because they need to know it so that they can begin to reset their mentality. So that they don't compare themselves to this Western world.
Nigeria. Do you know? Do you know? Do you
Then
know? Do,
some of you that maybe
do you know?
frustration as the maybe the breakfast
Nigeria, they give money.
your breakfast when una so-called selected president they give una and they wait for a make it give una lunch.
This, you know what?
You know say see
You know,
did you see that their selected president he get meeting with Nigeria Labour waiting. He got this. He don't do it. The best when he talk at the first day, when he see reaction, he can't deny her. Then he went go home with the God that say don't do it. He know they change and nothing you can.
no.
I
In
mean,
fact,
plenty
if
strike cannot change it. That was for the language.
Sorry, can I interject, please?
okay, yeah,
Yes.
give us.
Good evening, Mama Echo. Good evening, Dr.
Give us
CM,
a
and everyone
mandate.
on
How are
the
you?
good and everyone on the panel. I think Madam Rita is saying that she left something in the comment section for Dr. CM. I don't know if you can look at it.
Okay, do you mean okay? So is it a round of have a good night, everyone? I will be in the comment. Yes, that's what he said. She will be in the comment
Okay, so
section.
just want to draw attention to that. But I mean, on the Biafra thing, I mean, I think like Dr. CM said.
That is not what we are discussing anyway. Just a side talk. Somebody brought it.
Okay.
We are talking about the
Is
basic.
it time to round up? It's like Dr. Rita. He said it's time to round up.
It's true. We don't take. So in fact, what we were talking about was what happened that day.
So make we round up, make we compare another day because we have a lot ahead of us.
What is it called? What we were just because of for the attention of give us a mandate. We are talking about of course fuel subsidy and for this fuel crisis. That is a topical issue until from now until maybe God knows when. Then what happened that the what is it? Is it court or tribunal? In which the document CTC certified by INEC that they gave P2B so that they can prepare
they say
their.
they could not admit their own document.
Then they doubt them.
Nah. You know one.
Anyway,
one
give
thing
us a Monday. Go down here and say, not me. Go tell her. At least
yeah.
Go there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was here earlier, and then we talked about that. But you know, one thing is, even without CTC copy, There are a bunch of CTC copy everywhere.
But this one, I know, say, an INEC give them, sign, give them. So when you go tender it now, they come look and say, no,
But there's something INEC is trying to avoid. Like these ones they have admitted so far. If you go and take the count on them,
yes.
P2B is now at almost 8 million votes. That is the one on their record. So that
hold on first. How they go to talk and say they inaugurate president finish? Later they tell the world to come back. We want to inaugurate another one.
Well, that's the point, because right now
I know be say that one die. You know be say yes.
No, we go do vote counting. We go do vote counting for court.
No, that's why they are throwing a blanket objection to all of those, because they know the real count. And from what I have even checked from INEC, IREV, these ones that have been admitted so far puts P2B at very close to 8 million votes. And it brought down Tinubu. And then, so I don't know how Nigeria will handle it, but we might as well start thinking about it.
And they never talk 25% of Abuja. That one another case.
That one is a different animal.
Take them easy now. Mama Echo, take them easy. So that one
right
just
now,
that one just hangs somewhere. That one just
I think we have a problem because Tinubu will not give up that power.
I bet we not talk that one, Engineer Francis.
How you gonna talk him?
Not talk that one. Yakubu, I don't warn you. When me and Showore meet for AY show, I beg you, Yakubu. I beg you, INEC, make una not rig election. Say not go be business as usual. And I remember say I do special prayer for na that day.
And then there's another thing, because most of those ones that were admitted are some of those, in fact, a bunch of those that were mutilated and T-Pexed and all those other stuff. But even on top of that, P2B, from those ones that have been admitted, is ahead. Now, the ones that they are going to use to counter those ones that were crossed off and written over and all those, is even going to bring P2B closer to about maybe 11 million or so.
Even INEC say make dem not admit the thing when the inside.
So when you consider that, don't blame Tinubu for grabbing this 500 billion that he can see right now, because he may not be there for a long time to grab
500 billion he don't grab?
No be oil subsidy.
Oh, he don't forget that, so that if you try, he get something come out.
Yes, now. Okay, like say that oil subsidy for the month of June has already been taken care of in the budget signed by Buhari. The money has been taken care of. So when he stopped it, he grabbed it, and now NNPC has raised their price. So NNPC will still cover their thing, though they said they didn't have scarcity, that there's enough gas, enough fuel.
Quickly carry that one to put for pocket.
At least he don't grab it. He's recovering the money he used to bribe people and stuff.
When did they fight, he will reach there.
So he has, but the point is, let's stay on that 500 billion naira. Let's stay on it and ask them. In fact, NLC should ask them to bring that money or to show us where that money is going. So if he has pocketed it, to bring it back. In fact, that's my main area. I would like to see where that money.
I said they don't create a first daughter office.
Nepotism.
No,
Wahala
but I think
dey.
she later took that down on the first daughter thing. I think she brought it down, but regardless, um, it's just like when you sat for WAEC and then WAEC, you pass WAEC, you make 9 A's, and then you went to seek admission and they said, oh, this WAEC result is fake. And they said, okay, go to WAEC, or let's bring WAEC person here to come and prove that this result is original. And WAEC said, we didn't even know when we issued this result. Oh. That is what INEC is saying.
It's true. No,
INEC is, INEC is saying that Peter Obi, you sat for the exam, but how you continue get this score, we don't understand. So we gave you this.
Aisha Yusuf, the very brilliant lady, he said, what will make this election interesting for Obedient and Labour Party? They say, when they want rig, they do them in a hurry, can't leave a lot of evidence. So we no need to look for evidence. Evidence full everywhere.
That's why I was telling you, even you get evidence. If you ask for my now, she get. If you ask everybody get evidence. It's just to tell us, okay, go this archive. I have this evidence in this archive. If you ask Nigeria Watch now, you get evidence. So evidence everywhere.
The way they rig them, the way they rig the thing. So what make this thing. Although before it pained me when I hear when the Peter B's lawyer were saying it, but when you look at it, you go PTI neck. See, before they say Peter B went there, give us evidence. We need all this, make we examine. INEC refuse, they. So Peter B went to court. They don't go first. Now court compel them to release, not be by them. So when the court compel them, give them 21 days. For 1 week, nothing. 2 weeks until time don't they end. They manage get the few where they get. And INEC sign them, send a CTC. They carry. Then they go tender them for court again. INEC see and come they wonder who be this.
It would have been better if Peter Obi can bring Peter side. Peter side would have also done a great work at the tribunal if he can stand as a kind of a witness.
Who be Peter side? Who be?
The guy that owns Stamic IBTC now.
Okay, Atedo. In fact, let me tell you.
Atedo would have given a better analysis in the court.
Say, I know that one. They know you don't see they go academic. Waiting at the, all these things where they happen. All these comedians like Gordons, I go die, then go they code them. When they go take and release them as joke. Now Gordons go say sure. Nine people they go say. I look and say sure. No. We know
that.
Because Godon they like pass. Godon go say Godon go say no be say person give you something. No. If he deny him, person if he give you something, still deny, say no being given. He say hi.
Not be only say they give you now. He even sign them, say na him give you.
He say
he sign and say na him give you. Because they deny and say no be.
Now Obi carry the thing go. I give Obi something, sign them. So, but maybe be say, go down go take say, waiting the pain INEC be say, Obi no tell them saying go take and go court against them. That's so he go tell them. He say, if the so Obi say no, I want take and go for court for South Africa, go say go. But they no say they want use the
But these tribunal judges or justices, are they supposed to be sitting like regular judges or like in the US here where they can interject and ask you, the attorney or the whoever is giving the witness question, they can stop your attorney and then ask the question. I ask that because for instance, if it's here in the US, I bet you one of the justices would stop the INEC guys that were objecting and ask, why are you objecting? Are you objecting because it was not your signature in this certified true copy?
Exactly.
You see what I'm
It's
saying?
true.
If
It's
it's
true.
your signature, that means this is your document, certified true copy of your document. Sit down and then let the case go. That's I don't know. Maybe Nigeria needs to introduce that kind of system where the judges will get involved in the case. Not I object, we will submit in written whatever. Fine, and then object every second. Object, killing the time of the plaintiff, or well, consuming the plaintiff's time. The point is, we should maybe Nigeria needs to make a bunch of adjustments. Those justices should be given a free hand to run their tribunals or their courtrooms.
Mm.
And
It cannot work until Obi enters. Now, ain't go reform all those things. It cannot
that's
work.
true. That's
Mhm.
true.
It cannot work because this thing is becoming. You know, say thank God, make it be say Oyibo no they listen to you. So because how you go talk that one? You think where you give them? That's why the judges were the lawyers were said was telling the journalists say go and ask INEC
Oh
why
no,
they
but
are doubting the document they gave us.
yeah,
They give it and
that's
sign.
the quest. That's the question the justices would have asked them immediately. They stood up. Objection to admission of this document. Okay, I hear your objection. Are you objecting? Bring me the document in question. Is this your signature? Did you certify this as a true copy? Then sit down. And the case will at least everybody will see where the case is going. But their main reason
In fact,
actually
in
is that
fact,
now the counts from what the court has admitted has P2B at almost 8 million votes.
you see,
So
all this appointment where Tinubu they dash this person secretary to government, you na chief first. I know all of them go there interested every day to the listening to the court because no shoe, no shoe. Okay, you go be minister for education, you go be this, you go be ambassador here. All those ones na just nobody, even a Yaloja of Nigeria, all those ones, all those things they still they hang. Every day they go they listen to waiting the court, waiting will be they do for court.
Yeah, but what I
So
even was trying to, what I said earlier also was that the judges, I am sure that if not 80% or 90% of Nigerian judges, lawyers, even voted for Peter Obi.
of
So
course, even
they themselves, they can provide evidence.
mhm.
The
yeah,
judges, I mean, there's a lawyer that, I mean, the former NBA chairman in
Akpata,
VGC,
is it Akpata?
maybe this guy that lives in VGC, when they would not allow them to vote, I think there was one that spoke in VGC that they would not allow them to vote during the gubernatorial, but the presidency, they all have people see evidence full everywhere.
Mhm.
Evidence they banana republic, evidence they even if you go inside markets, you go get evidence. The judges themselves, they can provide evidence.
Everybody
This
don't
one they are
tire
looking
them.
for.
Okay. You know, this one, you know what thing surprised me? You know, Nigeria. Maybe I thought just go and watch Godon's joke between these things, this time, this Agbado enter. You know what thing surprised people will be said the moment, you know, some people go just shower, dress in their best regalia, say make them go Ego Square. Ah, now today our man don't enter. Only for tomorrow then go begin trek because fuel subsidy don't come out. It's possible. Then go down dress. Hey, now our man. Shebu, we told them you win landslide. Tomorrow you begin trek. Now by force. It don't. So somebody sent me a video clip. I don't know how I go manage the later because it plenty. One lady went to petrol station. Come they ask them, say, wake you for people who vote for APC. The man say, what do you mean? He say, no, he want buy now, he vote for APC. He know the all this obedient or this. May you show and the queue for their own side. He said they know they do queue, everybody they pay the same. He said, really? So upon all these things, whether he said, nah, this is not the reality. They say that is how it is. But people do not know. So
yeah,
it's a shame. It's a terrible shame. There's nothing anybody can do about it. It's just that bad government. And all these people that are causing us this harm, all of them enjoy the good government of the 70s and 80s. So now them enjoy good government. When you tell people, say for university, then they give students chicken, 2 people, then go say, eh? When they say if you see Gary smoke now, you don't try. Say, 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 students, 2 in a room, two. You are University of Ibadan, 2 in a room. Laundry, then go do your laundry. Iron am, no be say this thing, iron am. That's all he did now, iron am. Serve you chicken, serve you egg for breakfast with tea. Now you go eat. Then just your own, just to go and read. Go read book, on sleep. No time for those. Third year, then don't they come say who be the students who go like to work with us. Huh? You manage go use service. Now there you go permanent now. You service, just now there, now so you go job. Some people with first degree, you go do you service, you become lecturer. From there, you then go say, come and do masters, we go pay. Just stay with us. Nigeria. All, all, all those things. The world no one see us again with our passport. the moment you show your passport for airport, just say Nigeria, Nigeria. Then go point one side, say make you hold on. Before you know, one top policeman done the come.
And you know that would be worse now because Nigeria, U.S. is going to list Nigeria under their narcotics trafficking countries.
She
So, which
because of
means
this man, Abi. She because of this man.
because he has this or had this drug problem with the
You
U.S.
see,
So
people
as
don't
a
consider all
result,
this.
every Nigerian passport that comes through the U.S. right now, you will go through all those body cavity checks, and all those things are now on us.
And depending on the officer where they check you, if not the one where they resist, you go carry resist and join them on top small.
Oh
take,
yes, I
take,
mean,
take deal
like
with you. Oh,
like
boy.
now, definitely. In fact, a whole lot is now going to be messed up. Even these monies that we send back home to Nigeria every now and then, they will now be subjected to go through the uh, FBI narcotics.
Yeah.
It's not that they know that they know definitely that the money is okay, but just to humiliate the country, they will be doing all of those things. So the fact that we put a drug lord in there has put our nation under that watch. And when the US
No, it,
goes,
it wasn't it wasn't Nigeria that put him there. Mahmoud Yakub was one that selected him. So
yeah, that's true. And when the US goes, all their allies follow. So, of course, it will start with the US. I don't know about you guys in London, but very soon, all those body cavity search when you travel in and out will come back again. I remember around that time he was doing that thing, Nigeria had a real bad name here in the US. Every time I go home and I'm coming back, oh, the officers love it when they are putting on those gloves so that they will, you know, do all those cavity searches on you.
Yeah.
So now we are going to be subjected to that again.
Meanwhile, if there's a Gambian or Senegalese, that one don't pass, leave
Oh
you.
yes, oh yes, all of them they just pass. But you with that your Nigerian passport, that's our next curse now. Of course, well, in my own situation, when I leave the US, that's when I show my Nigerian passport. And when I come back, my Nigerian passport goes under my shoes. I'm using my US passport. So, but a bunch of those that come with Nigerian passports, sorry, I will say to them, welcome to being a subject of a drug lord.
It's a
So
shame.
We
Very,
have
very.
too many things. Even the Nigerians at home are suffering it, and the Nigerians abroad will join soon in suffering it.
Don't worry. Obi will reclaim his mandate after all these
Amen.
things. Yes,
Amen.
he will. Because to be honest with you, the renewed in terms of the applause and the enjoyment and then the acclamation, the everything. God, that Nigeria will have a chance with Obi.
Amen.
To be honest, because there is no. I mean, somebody who is mental. There's one lady they call Najatu Mohammed from Kano. He said when he go see Tinubu for London, and I sent for her. He said they there for more than 4 hours. Now Baba Konde they reply him Tinubu day. He said
They
he
sleep.
said no he talk and now for arise. He said na Tinubu. He said the man no they too remember he too forget. Small time sleep go carry. Hey. If no be power, Tinubu for day every morning would they play with him grandchildren. Relax. Why he carry himself as president? Ah, eh, Nigeria. They can push anybody into doing anything. Anyway, God, God help Peter Obi to reclaim his mandate so that the
Well,
journey,
at least
the
from
journey.
the evidences they have admitted so far, yep. The
This
only
thing.
thing is, how do we now make it stick? Or how
Do
do we change unring that bell that is already rung? I have
well,
no idea how. Of course, Shanakan, it happened under Ernest Shanakan.
no,
Remember?
no, Shineka own was just a interim government.
Okay,
He,
so
he
He
was,
was a
uh,
FDA president, according to
uh,
Yoruba language. So Tinubu is also is a caretaker. He will soon vacate the seats.
uh,
Man,
it's true.
what a shame on
It's a
this old man.
real shame. How can we be talking? You know, sometimes this world, there's nothing in this world though. No be Dokpesina and don't no day with us again. Can you imagine? Eh? And these are people that we are going on campaigning for PDP, doing everything. Now, when you look at the way people are remembering him, those he helped, those the way he spoke, how he helped people in need, the way people stand for truth at least. But this Agbado, I don't know. In fact, now to me, if really the real problem, probably the thing where INEC, the thing where to me the real problem Nigeria having this had in this election, INEC. To be honest with you, INEC, they're so messed up that people can hardly believe anything, any document that comes from INEC again.
even they don't believe their own document.
But sorry, I have a question now. If these people are professors and they, in the eyes of the world, it was so glaring. This election was a good election for Peter Obi, but it was a bad election for APC and PDP, particularly APC. One, their tribal bigotry. Two, the alleged bribe that Mahmoud Yakub collected.
Yeah,
Three, the um, voter suppression and then intimidation.
yeah,
Even the police officers also snatching ballot boxes and all of those things.
yes,
Plus, he now declared a president in the middle of the night when everybody was sleeping. You
yes,
quickly rigged him into the office.
mhm,
Now, all of these things were done by professors, vice chancellors.
yes,
Now, if I go write exam tomorrow in Nigeria
mhm. And you
and
cheat.
maybe
You cheat.
they do, so and the
Okay.
professor say, okay, stand up there, you that man doing this. And I say, okay, what happened? Why are you stretching your neck? Stretching my neck to do what?
You are copying your fellow brother, your fellow mate. Which law of the school is it I should not copy? Are you talking to me like that, Professor? Are you not the one that read Bola Tinubu into office?
Exactly.
They will rusticate from me school. You cannot rusticate me. Instead, let's go to court. Because you wonder. No, let's be realistic. Because now, honestly, they lost their dignity and they lost everything.
Everything.
They lost everything because a student can just say, Professor, you take away my script. You can never do that. You are the one that read politician into office, and me, I'm just here doing this little thing, and you are telling me you want to rusticate me. Let's take it to court. And it's just a shame. What a
It's a
shame.
big shame. It's a
I,
big
th- I
shame.
think that there's one professor they sentenced to prison. I think either in Cross Calabar. So he went out. Yes, that there has
I
been
think it was
one.
Igini that did that.
Mm,
Mike Igini said is God bless Igini. God bless Mike Igini. He has, I think he said he has about two, maybe
mm,
over many, how many people he has sent
mm,
to, jail
Even
for.
attempt on his life. He said
Yeah, yeah.
one time.
But how can a professor, vice chancellor, man,
Do Nigerians care? They tell you say police they carry handbag for politician. They follow them for market. You never
they
see.
they even they go carry when they go Wambe, they follow they carry food go their table.
Carry and go to the police.
Man,
Now police
it's
where they recruit. You wear and then upon you go wear uniform they do them. But you see these people. That's why sometimes the type of leadership we have bastard. Any country, there's a country called Colombia. This was like in the 90s, 80s. Who talks about Colombia? But today they are more like first world country. Turned around everything.
mm,
Eh, So with some, if you put somebody that is honest at the top, then the person go
it will
take a
trickle
hand.
down. It will
You
trickle
go
down.
trickle that, you go
Yeah.
take a hand. That's why they ask people, they said, what is your plan on how to tackle corruption in this country? No, the people be said, maybe they were planning for him to say, number one, we will maybe engage this. I will, no. He said, if I'm not stealing,
Why
my
will you
wife
steal?
is not stealing, my children are not stealing, those around me are not stealing, my friends, you've reduced corruption by 70%. What answer? What answer again do you need? He said, yes. He said, if I'm not, that kind of answer, you go confused because you don't expect that. You go, you go think, say, what does it mean? He said, yes. I know go take. I warn my wife anyway. You won't have opportunity. My children, no way. All you will be my friends. I go one on. If you try it, you go to prison. I know they steal, so you no go steal now. Peter Obi said, okay, because I will approve what you will steal. Said, na me go approve what you will steal. Hey, now you go sign budget. Executive go do budget, carry and go give senators. You go there, pardon. When you pardon finish, come back, you go compare with the original. Not be like a CTC
CTC.
where I go. You go compare with the original. You look and say, no, 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 no. I didn't increase this thing to 6 billion. I left it at 2.3 billion. Why you reach 6 billion? You go remove that. You go all those things, consign the other one. Now you go do and you say why? So when they don't pardon every year, they go buy cooking utensils, buy every year you got to appear for computer. Every year, then go buy school, buy cutlery, buy this for minister. For you know, so Peter B won't allow those things now. That one, person will stop them from killing cow. When Ngige was in Anambra State, Peter saying, come back, the cook where they say, we dey kill cow every day. In case Peter say, every day cow, one big cow. Peter said, no, it's only me and my wife. In fact, no, we don't need all those. So it stopped. So they saved the money. All these things, that is how it happens now. So they know that is the type
But
of
if
man
not
Nigeria.
madness, how can you be killing cow
I
every
imagine every
day?
day.
If not madness,
Okay, now,
man.
maybe then cow go be 150 naira one. The person will get contract to the supply cow to government house.
Mm, mm.
It cannot be 200 now, only
No, no, no,
50,000.
no.
No. then go say put them for 300,000 or 250 so that everybody even get one. Ogasa, I I dey greet, all those Nigerian wayo greeting. I dey greet, sir, I tremble. Your boy dey here, you go. If you no do like that, I no go work. So Peter no like all those things. He cut him off when they tell him for Abuja say that UNESCO is anybody will bring counter. UNESCO want help is primary education in Nigeria. But I think Obasanjo attracted them then. They call Peter Obi to come and sign for his state. Peter saying no need them. He said he go sign them on one condition from Abuja direct to the primary school. Want all these checkpoint of a Minister of Education, Commissioner for Education, local government headquarter before he say from there direct. Say no one see the money, just from there direct. So all those checkpoints now they make the thing no go reach. No mind the man.
What
The
a
man
br- what a
understand.
br- what a brilliant
No mind. The man
mind.
sabi. Not be said. He tell you now. The man.
Brilliant, honest.
Uh-huh.
You know,
You
when
know.
when
You
he
don't need them.
won, his brother went and registered as a contractor for his entire 8 years as governor. His brother was like, brother, you know, go give me contract. Say, which day you become contractor?
Which day you become contractor?
My God.
Believe me, Shishi, that is
His
contract
own
was
brother.
what Shishi, his own brother, I know give him for his 8 years until he come out. I mean, he is just
What is
something
the level of
Nigeria
what
needs.
what a level of integrity?
To me, Nigeria is easy to turn around.
Oh
Easy.
yeah.
Just let the person. Okay, do you know that? Like Peter said when he resumed, either Anambra and your one day 25, the other one day 26 on white league table. Peter said no. You go like me they reach Anambra go to be first 10 at least. He didn't sack any teacher. He
Yeah,
talk.
it's the same teacher did the
He
same job.
said he didn't sack any teacher. He just called them a head. What he did was to incentivize them, repair the schools, the laboratory, everything. Can you know what it means to give somebody Tokumbo 504, like a principal in a secondary school, say take Tokumbo, say like here you buy and dash, you go happy. But Peter went and bought Peugeot automobile, pan, Kaduna, brand new. Every principal of every secondary school in Anambra State won. Dash. Tell me why the school no go change. Tell me why the school, what no principal was expecting it. Just increase the salary alone, then go, thank you. Car, brand new. This is for you. Every principal got one brand new 505 car. Say, take. All you want is maintain discipline. They want the result. This. You tell them, everybody, that's all. You get the result. So, because all those money, you do and to go buy house for US. No warehouse they expensive now. Dubai, then they drink champagne like week ago. Say they showed Wike's picture when he was 8 years ago. Wike don't old. the
Mm.
alcohol, the alcohol come make him weak. It can't age too much. They say this is weak now. All those they drink champagne, things alcohol. So Peter B is not like that. They know there's nothing they can find on him. Let them allow him help Nigerian poor people. Let him come up. Otherwise, all this Agbado formula where people they follow Tinubu up and down. Now because Tinubu they want cheat or the things say Tinubu brain not there intact again. Things say
No, I
now
mean
when
it should be a shame to the God have mercy, and I'm not being arrogant or being sarcastic or arrogant or want to wash down on the elders. They themselves, the elders association, should have called this guy that, what are you trying to dabble into? Do you know the state of this nation? Can you just sit down and let the younger generation, these younger guys, go do this thing? Peter Obi that will leave UK. The next day is already in Nigeria. Is already in appeal court. From appeal court, is already in somewhere attending another burial, jumping from one place to another.
Yes. He has the energy.
He has the energy. He has the mental capacity and all that. Tinubu, you see, you now have a president, you have deputy president, and then you now have vice presidents in that INEC gave Nigeria, because the wife had to be there to tell him what they finally say should, in case he's sleeping.
So now I know, say deputy and vice no mean the same thing.
No, they don't mean the
I
same
don't know. I
thing.
think say if you be deputy or you be vice, na the same meaning. I don't know. Say na Shetima be vice,
Yeah,
Tinubu president, then
yeah.
Remi
The wife
Tinubu
is
deputy.
deputy. Yeah.
Nigerians, and all of them go to draw salary.
In fact,
Ah,
only God,
eh?
only God will help us.
Okay, maybe now make Remi no go back to Senate. She no, did he contest?
No, I don't think she contests.
Now make him no go back to. You
You
see,
know, they believe. You know, one thing is that these guys, they know that. I mean, they stole they've stolen a lot of money from Nigeria now, allegedly. So they have the money to buy whatever they want to buy.
So now make Remi Tinubu no take form for
Well,
Senate.
It was too sure for them. It was
Okay,
too sure for them.
as he come be deputy president now, then Shetima vice, and they come become first lady again, join them. Now wow.
he has all the jobs and all the positions for his family. Remember, his kids will come back and get their own assignments too.
Shiwaju. No, in fact, to me, when I see the man, I go to laugh. May he
Now,
go rest.
now compare him to somebody who did not give his own brother contract of 1 penny for 8 years that he was governor.
Forget
Compare
about
that
Peter.
to this one that hasn't even gone in, and all the family members are going to get positions.
Peter Obi said the moment you become governor, people go just tell you, say, Peter, since you came, everywhere, development, here and there, roads, our schools, everybody. Peter say all this in a lie. Me, I know, say, some school, the roof, they still they leak. And they come, they tell you, say,
Uh,
he said, he said, he said, I want to know whether the one bishop come visit and one day. Say in the office, the person just come. The protocol officer call him, they receive and finish. Receive and after they don't talk, Peter enter office, one continue work. The protocol officer come meet and say, Peter, the man is about to go. Peter say, okay, wish him well, let him go. He say, no, we go give him envelope. Now put something for transport, make it take. Peter say, no, we are here. I didn't invite him. He just came. After seeing him, let him go.
uh,
He said, it is saying a lie. He said, I didn't invite him. We didn't invite him. He just said they want to see us. Then he can come to see us. Hey, let him go now. Let him go. So he said when he become governor, that myself, when he listen to, he said when he become governor, hey, if people go for now, hey, Peter, I make an appointment. I want to come and see you since you become governor. We've not seen. Peter said, don't worry, I will come to your house in the evening. When he finish, he go tell driver, carry him. Oh yeah, make we go in house. Peter say, no. Most of Anambra people, all those big men, they are my friends. They are billionaires. When I go, they go give me food. I will eat their food, drink their wine, even champagne. Sometimes when they go, they will give me some, make I take home. Yes, I can take, but don't come to government house. I don't have what it takes to entertain you. he said, he said no. He said yes. You can stay there. I don't come to government house. I don't have what it takes to entertain you. So remain. All of them laugh, and that is his life now. Waiting. When he go Abuja to sleep, he go any hotel owned by Anambra indigene. When he reach there, he go phone the owner. Say it's your governor here. Ah, Okute Peter. He said, I need a discount. I'm paying with my personal money. I need a discount. Ah, no, the guy no they care now. It doesn't. It's not for him. When he will turn Nigeria around, really, to be honest with you, he said it, and we know he will do it. He will turn things around because he's not selfish. That's one thing. He's not going there to accumulate money for himself. He's only going there because of poor people. Hey,
I like this story. I just posted in the private chat. Maybe you guys can look it up.
what is
Um,
it?
is a young this young chap from Anambra State
Okay,
that's
grandmother's
called
maths
three
skills inspired
three
me.
three thirty
Okay.
seven
Oh, 337 in Jam.
in
Okay,
UTM.
this
Wow,
guy.
15 years old boy, oh,
Lieutenant Charles.
Anambra
Bishop
State.
Otubelu Junior Rate. Okay, where in go school? Scored 99 out of 100 in maths. Okay, I don't read. I think he's going to study engineering at UNN. No, to be honest, let me tell you, I think we said it here this evening also. Nigerians can invent anything. Forget that. It's just because we have leaders that don't inspire.
Oh
Let
man,
us start. So we can cry. What? Okay. Do you know this solar panel? People are talking of solar. Nigerians
we
can
can.
manufacture.
What are you
If you
saying?
throw it
They
as a
can.
challenge,
Yes.
lock the border. Say, look, Nigeria, we need this solar, or at most buy one from China. Give them the pieces it, fix it back, use local material, then go do them. Nigeria go do them. So all these things we don't technology now. We they champion, right? Now because leaders they make person look like we be dons. We are not.
Even
Nigerians can do it.
there's this Amazon cloud practitioner exam that
Mm,
is taken all over the world. The youngest chap in the world to pass that exam is a Nigerian.
you see?
The youngest chap in the world, Amazon cloud practitioner exam.
Mhm,
You know, we just suffering. Nigeria is just suffering from leadership. You have
mhm.
bright minds. And
Exactly.
I mean, Engineer Francis can testify to this. I mean, he lives in the US. Mama Echo can testify. I mean, I also live in the US. Enter into, if you go Silicon Valley,
Oh yeah.
Okay, for California,
oh man,
Oh yeah.
Nigeria dey there.
Nigerians.
The point
Huh?
is that that young generation
Whether na this
is
kind thing, na this kind thing Obi go say he go invite them. He said all these boys where
That's
they
why he
carry
came
go
to diaspora now. I think he went to Las. I think he was in Las Vegas. He also went to.
Los
I think he
Angeles.
was in Cali. Yeah, he went to Los Angeles, which is not far from California. I mean, he's in California. So, man, I don't know. This it just saddened my heart that we see this, and these kind of minds are everywhere. Like, I mean, I served in Bauchi State. You see young girls, young boys in those northern areas that are bright.
Mhm.
Also, you
Them
have them
there.
all over the places. But
Nigeria
leadership
there.
problem. Leadership.
There's
Leadership.
like I'm telling you, challenge. You say, why should we be buying this thing from China? Solar. Can't Nigeria manufacture it? Throw it as a challenge. Before 2, 3, 4 years, then go bring something. Tell you say this, and then we use them. At most, we know go they crude before you know a year to they go they improve them. Within 10 years, at least let us manufacture what we use. So Nigerians are capable. We have educated, we have intelligent people in Nigeria. The only when you reach leadership, they will give us people when no get certificate. Even then go they afraid to tell you the school they went to. Which kind of leader you be now? Hmm? My people, it's 2 hours now. I go. The thing today and I start today. That's why I there awake reach today.
mm,
So maybe I go live on all of on a US now, and maybe UK. So
No,
oh,
we also will soon run now. We
no,
also they
yeah,
go
it's
see.
it's
and all of
about
on a West Coast. No be
Is it?
saying na East Coast again.
no,
You know America.
at
But
the
one of
East Coast, it's about midnight now.
They are about
East
yeah.
East Coast.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, yeah, New York time.
yeah.
Are they mountain? This is about 2 minutes, 1 minute to 10.
And
Mm.
I just the wake up.
No, 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 then go soon go to sleep.
Well, go
Okay,
sleep. Well.
Mountain
And
Time.
we are behind Engineer Francis, so
So,
we are one
you
hour
see,
ahead.
I'm reach out to me, and whoever wants to
Okay,
join, please reach out. Let's work.
okay, okay,
Okay.
Good night,
All
everybody.
right. I go
okay.
say good
Good
night,
night.
guys.
Good night. Give us Amanda a good night. We meet again later in the evening.
Amen. Amen.
We shall meet to see what is happening. Any other new development. So bye bye everybody.
All right.
Yeah, bye.
Okay,
Bye.
bye bye.